Come on, jack up, here we go. Everybody get down. Jump, jump, up and down and all around. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, the show is starting right now. Yeah, you people get in line. Jump, jump, up and down and all around. Everybody feels up, get down. Yeah, feeling the beat out in the street. Let's call mayhem, dance to the number. Sliding, stepping, tripping in the bumper. Dance so hard every day in the slumber. Magical step feast the piper. Jewel the restaurant, where this cat come from? Junior up in the streets and they call him fat. So many and it's he that danced the most. 3, 2, 1, go. This nice, let me show you the way. Alright, get your dance on the stage. On the Sunday day, on your smile in the moon. But take time, we'll find it once more. This night's dancing like cabaret. Do alright till the break of the day. But a long job done, so we'll rise way too soon. Move and groove, we'll dance it one more time. Dance all around, everybody make a shout, get down. I can't catch up until the dawn continues. Close to work time. Give it to me, 4:30 time. I got a plane here, let's go. The gig is up, go. You can't go.
It's the new style.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hello everybody, welcome to Triton Cup 69. Nice. I am one of your casters, Sigdokari, and next to me is Fufu. How you doing, Fufu?
Hello, good morning. It is afternoon now, excuse me. I'm doing great. We're coming here. We're gonna start off strong. Also, as you said, nice number. We're gonna start off with Shade versus Peaky. Had an interesting set of maps, to say the least. I haven't seen Eeltail in how long? But what are you thinking here, Sig? What we're doing?
I am stunned by the maps for this. I was not expecting to see any of these. Wow. I haven't seen either of the last two, Crab Leg Zones and Eeltail Zones, played in a tournament in a very long time. And Bluefin is one of those where you're kind of like not expecting it really. I'm really excited for this, especially on Bluefin. This is one of my more favored Zones maps. This is actually really fun. I'm very curious to see what the teams bring out here. We have a pretty standard comp with a Machine, which has dropped off a little in usage, and a V-Blast. I like that. But double Snipe Rider, just providing that cooler backline as well as some Zukas. Pretty standard stuff here to start off.
That is true. I'm looking actually on the side of Shade, and I'm interested to see that blaster, which is usually not the main. Oh, they are down. I'm going to talk about the fact that the zone is now in Peaky's favor. They're already starting off strong, taking that zone first thing, and already making quick ways into the base of Shade. They're coming in. That's 3 of them on their base actually coming in. Swinging while their Sniper Rider just holds back. They are coming in, trying to make sure that Shade doesn't get anywhere near that zone for as long as they can.
Yeah, that Sniper Rider also got pretty far up there, providing a jump for Merval to get in and get 2 picks as well, one on the jump and one just on the trade. Really well done, enabling Peaky to get down to almost 40 points remaining until Shade manages to successfully retake the zone with the Bubble and Sniper Rider combination. However, it looks like they're not going to be able to hold the zone for that long as Klaz is just isolated and Ilias is getting rushed down by the Zipcaster and Booyah Bomb. Both of them end up going down, so it's just Kura and the Sniper Rider player left standing. Now it's just she and the rest of the team respawning, and Peaky is still in. Peaky is still in control of the zone. They're chewing through this penalty, only 10 points left, and it looks like they can get a lot more points on the board than the last push.
No, for sure. With the stable 41 isn't bad, but this is really a fight to contest here at the zone. But it is going to be Shay that takes it back here, applying an extra bit of penalty here on Peaky. But Sniper Rider fight! 1 second. It does seem that Shay does have a number advantage, and that zone continuing to tick down, so there's not really a rush to return back to the zone until that's being contested. Seeing these fights on the side, and Marvel absolutely coming in, throwing hands, but it is going to be a Sniper Rider that drops cooler here and trying to, we're going to see a little bit of contesting, though. We're going to see what happens here, because it looks like that's a trade back here in zone contest, moving this back towards, that zone's doing a little schmoovin' back here.
Yeah, really interesting angle from the Sniper Rider there on the retake. I've never seen that realistically, really, just on that elevator and then jumping back up onto that ramp. That's a really cool angle to use. You get a lot of control and a lot of safety, as well as 2 members go down on the side of Shade. Peaky is in really strong control here, already breaking through their entire penalty. Cilius to jump out while the rest of Peaky is already back up in the spawn like they were at the beginning of the game, taking down even faster than they were beforehand. 1 member does fall off the edge, but the team is already taking down to 8 points on the zone. The Zuka comes out for the successful retake, but Shade is going to need to hold on to the zone for almost the entire match if they want to grab the lead here.
For sure, but anything is possible, but that might just change considering there are 2 down here on Shade. Peaky goes down and they just come back swinging again, already holding control of the zone once more. And look at that, you can see basically 3 members going up, 2 of them, excuse me, going up and already trying to make way to their base. Like they're playing zone speed run hours, but it is going to be that Zuka that does take their Sniper Rider out, which pretty big, taking out an anchor, and on top of that the aggressors on the right. So this might be good here for Shade to try and regain control of this zone, which they might just do. Oh, don't prove me wrong here, come on, take that zone, there you go. That zone has not been retaken by Shade, so this is just another opportunity to try and get more points on the board as they are taking these penalty points down.
Yeah, as you were saying earlier, 2 members went up on that flank there. Now, the risk of that is that you only have 2 members holding the zone, and we saw it made it really easy for Shade to just focus on that zone and retake, and now they're in a really good spot, already chewed through the penalty down to 55 points. However, they're going to have to sacrifice the zone here, going 2 down already, and so both members, both the Blaster, Ilias, and Silly on that Sniper Rider are going to have to jump out here. Marvel's on the flank again with this Zipcaster ready to be popped, ready to get aggressive. Not going to quite be there in time to flip the zone back, but getting the pick onto Silly is huge there. That's your backline gone outside the Zukas for Shade. And now it's going to be a lot easier for Peaky to retake for the time being. With these bombs coming in, they're able to take a good chunk of space, and also Shade's not able to get back up onto Peaky's spawn. This bubble, though, is going to take a lot of space and make it much easier for Shade to hold the zone. However, it's going to go down really fast, and the Zuka's getting popped here, just dueling, not quite finding picks. Except on the Sniper Rider, Silly's having a rough game, and the Booyah Bomb comes out to flip the zone just in time. Great pick on the Ilias, too. Kura's stuck alone and going down, only 25 seconds left. If you're Shade, you need to retake this instantly just so you can have a chance at winning this map.
No, for sure, for sure. Yeah, things are gonna start getting intense, especially here for Shade, especially with that timer reaching 15 here. On top of that, these coolers are going out, these specials are going out. It is these last-ditch efforts to try and possibly catch the zone, but Peaky is intending on holding this and might just knock this out here, and that is a knockout in the favor for Peaky.
Jeez, that was fast. Once they got like full control of that zone, they took only 3 pushes. It is a little bit easier to retake on that map, but they held strong really, really well. Great stuff from them. Great holds. Again, good retakes as well. They Shade was definitely not out of it at any point in that map there. They had phenomenal replays, especially on this end with Silly and Ilias in the zone here. Great plays there. The flank also from Kuro was huge in just drawing attention and drawing people out of spots. But it wasn't enough. As we saw, 2 members went down here, which enabled Peaky to move up a lot and enabled them to just take down the zone a lot more here, especially with that Booyah Bomb coming in the spawn. And these Zukas were absolutely massive. Getting a pick on the Sniper Rider, that again, that's your backline outside the Zukas. That's incredible. That's a huge value pick for that Zuka to get. And it really led to Peaky just being able to stay in control for the rest of the game here.
No, yeah, for sure, and we're seeing it here on the screen. Just the moment they just took more members of Shade out and just took it home. But it is Crab Leg that we're going on to next. I love this map. I can't even lie. I'm a little bit biased. This map is scrumptiously dumptious, if you ask me. What are we thinking about the map? What do we think about this map?
It's certainly a map. This is one where Snipe Rider is really strong. I don't think we're going to see that change from the last map, because you can kind of just sit on the Snipe and sit on the grates with Pop Your Cooler, run around fast and just keep that zone completely painted. So I don't think we're going to see... I think we're going to see a double Snipe Rider again.
I wouldn't be surprised, but this is also a match point here. So let's see if anyone changes it up. Maybe we're going to see a Don't Fix It if it broke. That's Snipe Rider 1, and that is Snipe Rider 2. Yep.
We get a CDS though.
Yeah, no, the Squelchies are out. That's interesting.
Ooh. Okay, I like it. I like the play here. The beacons are really nice. You can put them in really annoying spots, like right underneath the top right area. And just on the flanks is a really great spot to put your beacons. However, 2 members going down make that 3 on the side of Shade in exchange for 1 on Peaky means that Peaky is going to be able to take control of this zone relatively easily, and they're going to be able to start applying pressure just like they were in the last map. Can Shade answer this fast? And if not, can they answer it with a really good push of their own? The Zipcaster coming in, not going to get any picks, unfortunately, but still drawing some attention, just buying a couple extra seconds for the rest of the team to get in good position and pop that Booyah Bomb again. Zoning off a lot and getting an assist is huge, and Marvel goes down, but gets that pick is absolutely massive. They're already holding on down to 50 points, and it's still holding the zone down to 45. This is insane. It's just Mishi in the zone, as well as Chieki jumping in. Both of them go down, and Shade successfully retake the zone here. It's just Marvel left.
And it looks like, actually, I'm going to take a peek. I think we actually do have opposite colors here. I think it is actually Peaky that it is in control of the zone here, if I'm not mistaken, by these tags. So I'll stop at that for a sec. But it is going to be Peaky that does have control of the zone. There we go. That does have control of the zone here. I'm trying to push this down to a lead, but again, these Sniper Raiders are going to do their best to try to hold the zone. But that is the control back into their favor, as I believe they're going to be able to take lead here, forcing Shay. We're going to have to retake this soon. But it is Shay that goes 2 down regardless, but does get that cap on the zone, applying penalty for Peaky, which does prove it buys them a bit more time to try and get themselves together and prepare for another retake.
Yeah, really solid plays there. Great hold of the zone as well. Grabbing the lead off of it is huge. As well as Klaz getting a pick down here on the Yachts. That's absolutely massive. Just shutting down that flank. Now it's just Marvel in the zone. Getting the pick onto Silly is massive. However, it's not going to quite lead to a full zone cap on its own. That Booyah Bomb, though, is going to be a huge help in that. And the full wipeout is a great extension of it, too. Now it's Shade's turn to hold forwards again and just try and lock Peaky out of here, try and maintain that lead. It's going to be pretty easy with only 20 penalty points left. Let's see if they can do it.
No, yeah, it's definitely possible. Less than 10 seconds they need to really get through these penalty points. Peaky trying to make their ways in, but with one of their members already down, that puts a numbers advantage in the favor of Shade. And whoop, there we go. And that's already, yeah, being picked off one by one here. Peaky. Shade actually taking the lead on top of that and just is adamant on holding Peaky back. Especially, I love seeing this machine on this ledge here, absolutely holding. And with, yeah, they're just keeping them locked up in their spawn. Peaky has to go just about now if they want a way to, you know, take this game back. But that is actually two members of Shade down. Hold on. Blaster fighting strong, but it's not going to be enough with Shade taking the lead, knocking the game out.
Wow. What a good hold from them. The Snipe Rider just holding that zone really well. That's why Snipe Rider is so strong in this map. It's such a long zone, and Snipe Rider is so good at painting it with that, you know, 5-shot output. Incredible stuff. Great holds from Shade to win that game. And was that the set as well? I'm not quite sure. One each? Okay. I swear I can count.
I feel you. It's we're balling with it.
Yeah. Really good retake on here from Shade though. That was the set? Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, it is set.
So Shade did end up taking the set 2-0. They did win map 1. So that is going to be all from this set. Really solid play to Shade. Strong work there. Again, this retake was so close to, you know, being it, but not quite. You have the shot in the back left of the zone and the Snipe Rider in the back right of the zone. You know, with that amount of paint, you need to pick one of them to have a realistic chance of taking that zone. Really well played to Shade on that.
No, for sure. And, you know, we love to see it. I mean, Zones is all about that hold, and they definitely put that out on the field. It's like, yep, we're going to hold this and we're going to take it home. And that was knockout after knockout, basically, leaving a 2-0 win here for Shade.
Yeah. Really strong work from them again. Also strong work to Peaky. They are not out of this tournament quite yet. They will have a losers bracket run, and we have a very realistic chance of seeing them pretty soon. You know, if they continue to win sets. They played pretty well throughout the set, even if it was a 2-0. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again, would you?
I would not be surprised at all. It's some good stuff right here. And again, this is only the first round, so I'm excited to see what teams bring even further into the tournament. Look at this bracket. We are seeing some bracket as the teams are moving forward. You guys get to take a little sneak peek as we end off this little set here, because we are going to have to go on break in just a minute here. It's a wee little break. And we are back. Whoa, 1 minute break is mincemeat zones. Oh, we are back. I am joined by Sig. We guys just saw us just a second ago, but we're here to say hi. Anyways, I'm gonna stop. Mincemeat zones.
Hold on. Wow. Okay. All right. It's here.
I look, Mahi is to be expected. Ship shape a little more to be expected. But mincemeat zone does not what I was expecting. Look, I even as a leader player, I play, you know, I'm a little silly in the Chargers back here. I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this.
No, not really a map you see in tournament often.
No, for sure. And I'm like, I'm in shock. I'm in a state of shock right now.
Wow. I haven't seen this in over a year.
No, literally.
This is awesome.
Like, awesome. This is me win the stalliest map
I'm a
of all
pink
time.
bot. Hold on.
I do enjoy this map. It's just like
I'm
I
the
know.
pink bot. I get to play this map.
Aw, Zap player. Do
Yeah.
not speak to me. Do not speak to me. I'm just playing.
You play leader. Be quiet.
My leader alone. What did I do to you?
You came after my zap. I don't know what you want me to say.
I don't know.
Anyways.
I'm sitting here. I simply did nothing, and I'm being attacked for being a leader player. How old?
Well,
What's that?
Anyways, we got Mantis Strip versus ASC Tenshi. The match is starting.
Imagine! Whoa, couldn't be us. Couldn't be us starting the match here.
Oh no.
Backlist. We're going backlist. They chose.
No,
we
like
chose
up on
no.
this map? Okay,
Imagine.
okay. Hold on, a Rapid Blaster Deco? I like it, I like it. Hold on. That's some big poke damage. I like it. It's gonna be really good around truck and everything.
No, for
Especially
sure.
combined with the machine. Ooh.
Chip damage of all time as we're seeing, but I also like seeing the fact that we're seeing blasters too, just blasters on each side. But it is going to be Tenshi that gets that first hold of the zone already, especially on this map. Here we go. That is 2 down on Mantis Strip to add on to that. And you know, with this paint going, you know, it's a good thing to have just the first hold, because you know you get to hold them out however long you want, however much you decide really. But we are going to see that splash go down first. That is 2 down already on Tenshi. It looks like Mantis Strip is already starting to repair their way back as bloodshed is just continuing to appear on the map right now.
Yeah, with no backline, this map is really controlled by the crab tanks especially. We see both those takes from both teams were being, you know, orchestrated primarily through the crab tank, as we see Olivo is trying to get the pick onto, said Mickey, I can't see that. The range blaster in the bottom right successfully doing so, and leading to a good retake with that Booyah Bomb as well. However, Mantis Strip is not letting the zone go that easily. They're holding strong. They only have a few more points of penalty to go through before they can start taking into the zone, but are they going to be able to hold it? It doesn't quite look like it just yet, as ASC Tenshi does manage to get the zone back. However, Dat could be, get a lot of mileage off this flank here, trying to already go for one onto Typhy. Not quite getting anything, having to jump out before getting collapsed upon. Really unfortunate, but still a great flank there. Hyflow getting a huge pick onto the zap on Mantis Strip is absolutely massive there. You have to like have a cooler here to get a lot of value, and this crab from Alvo also getting another pick onto Yoshi's most likely is going to lead to a really strong hold and possibly a really long hold, especially with the Booyah Bomb for ASC Tenshi.
No, yeah, and we're seeing it for sure, despite the 2 members down on Tenshi. This Will is trying their best to hold, but that is going to be 3 down, and that zone flip in favor of Mantis Strip. They brought that score all the way down to 26, but Mantis Strip is not going to go down without a fight here, as you see them making ways to meet Tenshi on the way back here, just, you know, turfing this up, but without any specials. It really is just waiting, or just sheer power here to see who's going to have this control longer. But they have no penalty to go through, and you know these points are continuing to tick down. But with special starting to come out, we are seeing that Booyah Bomb in an attempt to retake the zone here on the side of Tenshi. But Mantis Shrimp is just holding this here, not for long. Never let commentators speak their truth. This zone is going to go in a flippy floppy right now.
Yeah, as all leader players do, Fufu just did lie. Mantis Strip does not hold the zone. ASC Tenshi successfully retakes it and getting several picks, forcing Yoshi's to jump out as well. It's just Manchi left on the snipe for Mantis Strip. The rest of the team is able to move back in and get the pick onto the machine for ASC Tenshi. However, it's going to take a lot more than that just to retake the zone. They managed to neutralize it, but not quite fully flip it in time. Both these crabs coming out. We have a crab duel coming in. Meji going down is going to lead to a very difficult disadvantage for Mantis Strip. However, it's still winnable. But the machine, Lucky F, I believe, getting a huge pick onto the crab and forcing Dakkit to jump out is absolutely instrumental in ASC Tenshi holding the zone here, already ticking past 10. They might just knock this out if Mantis Strip doesn't get anything going fast, and they do.
Oh, that last hold, once those penalty points are gone, they locked in and just held it through to the end. Again, I love seeing the rapid. I think the rapid, I'm going to talk about the rapid for a split second, because just having that, I think that was the longest range we had this entire game. And I think that helped a lot, especially in zoning out a lot of Shrimp Mantis. And that's something we definitely saw throughout the game. Despite, you know, both teams did have Blaster, but I did want to point that out for a second.
Listen, Blaster picks are fire. I love seeing them on zones. It's a little bit less paint, but like, come on, it's a Blaster. It's still pretty sick, especially with, you know, range Blaster. And I'm personally a huge fan of Rapid Deco. They used it really well here. You know, getting some huge picks, getting super aggressive, and abusing that range really well, especially on this forward left side where you see the range Blaster, Nicki Minaj there. How, not quite on that play, but I don't know if it's Mikey Minaj or Mickey Minaj.
Hold on. It's Mickey Minaj.
Oh my god.
Mickey Minaj. Oh my god. I love the vibe references, but no, yeah, for sure. And especially when you're not running, but usually with these cases, is you're running a Blaster, you're running a Sniper, or like another backline. It's like, pick your poison here, and both teams opted for Blaster, and you know, it did work really well. As I said, you do sacrifice paint, but in reality, none of the two teams had like a really paint-heavy comp, so it was like, okay, well, we're doing this. But we are also going to move on to Mahi Zones, which is going to be an interesting one. Of course, my brain's always like, ooh, all of these, my lines are like, maps are like, leader strong, but I am thinking we're going to see these Blasters back on the field.
It is a strong leader map. However, I do agree we're going to see some Blasters too. And we've seen Explode. That's something you don't see every day.
Oh.
Wow. Especially into a crab pick. That's a really cool pick. Definitely a little bit of a struggle to fight crab, but there's no crab on the other team. All you got to worry about is a pack, and you can definitely fight that with Explo. It's you know, super doable, maybe a little hard, but if anybody can do it, I know Dakkit can. As trades coming out already in favor of ASC Tenshi, they already have the zone controlled down to 80 points already, with 3 members up as well. They're going to be able to hold this to at least past 70 here. What specials do you, ooh, this crab is going to have to go huge here, getting, unfortunately, only 1 pick. It's not going to lead to that much of a retake. Lucky F is also moving up to fight this Explode. Not quite going to get a pick, but stalling enough for AC Tension to get all the way down to almost 50 points. Just 51 remaining on that timer. Absolutely huge from them. But Mantis Strip with a huge retake, getting the pick onto the Zuka as well, and forcing so many picks and canceling so many jumps. Really well done on the retake from them. Let's see if they can hold to take lead here.
Yeah, it really is all about that hold. And with the jetpack versus crab, that crab just absolutely getting shredded here by the pack. It seems like Tenshi might be able to do something here with this jet, especially with that cooler coming out. But it is Shrimp that is holding this strong, already taking the machine out, having now taking this lead back from under the nose of ASC Tenshi here. So they are holding this strong, but it is their Zap that is going to go. That Expo just holding ground here. We love to see it. And even taking a pick out with them, just trying to hold the zone. Still holding the zone, actually, despite 2 members coming in and almost collapsing them, really. But it is the Zap that's going to go down instead as the zone flips now in the favor of ASC Tenshi.
Yeah, and a huge pick out there from Typhlo, taking out that Expo. That's a large chunk of the paint from Mantis Shrimp gone. And that's your backline gone as well. You're going to need to rely on your team winning fights now. And they do so. They managed to hold control of their spawn here. However, they do need to retake the rest of the map. And with this crab, it's looking like it's going to be super doable. Already getting a pick onto the pack as well. And Raze is going to have to hold back here while their team manages to hold the rest of the zone. Really strong work from ASC Tenshi. They're going to take lead here as well. The question is, can Mantis Shrimp retake in time to neutralize the zone? Yes, they can.
Yeah, no, and that is a nice thing here to just put penalty on the other team. Buy yourself a little more time, even if it means having to come back and retake all over again. But that might not just be necessary here with most of the members of ASC Tenshi being down, just leaving that zap, and that zone is now in the control of Mantis Shrimp, leaving the zap to basically fend for themselves as their teammates are trying to return. Whoa, someone's teleporting. Is that lag on the screen or am I tripping out? I might be tripping out. But
maybe.
No, I'm not. That's okay. The round is still going, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. But that is a huge double pick here for the Blaster and a wipeout in the favor of Mantis Shrimp. This penalty is just about gone, so they might just be able to take lead here if they can just hold ASC Tenshi. This is going to be rough, especially as we're looking at basically 15 seconds left until this can go into a knockout. ASC Tenshi now in a pickle, but we're falling in the water. The Blaster falling in the water. Oh,
that's rough. That's super rough for the retake, and Mantis Shrimp looks like they can hold strong. It's just Olivo left. They can't neutralize the zone quite in time, and Mantis Shrimp take map 2. We're going to a game 3. What a huge hold at the end there for Mantis Shrimp.
Oh, absolutely. This one by one picks on Tenshi, and it just all fell into place, leaving that to just even the score here between both teams. This is going to be a game 3 of all time.
The game 3 of all time, if you will. I'm really liking how this is shaping up so far. We get some really cool weapon picks with the Explo, the Rapid Blasters. I'm loving this so far. This is fire.
No, absolutely. Look, I love seeing the Expo pick. I do want to talk about it a bit because I think the Expo pick was huge in just making sure they don't get close or just zoning out members of ASC Tenshi, which I think proves especially helpful when you're playing chip with something else like a blaster, or look at that double from the blaster, by the way. Oh, that was so cool.
That was incredible.
It's just the zoning, it also just fell into place. And I love to see it.
Yeah, really well playing around the zoning potential of the Range Blaster and the X-Splasher, really playing into both of the weapons' strengths with the amount of paint and chip damage that they can both provide. And that means we're going over to ship-shaped zones.
I love this map.
Now, I have a question, Fufu. I'm personally a huge fan of this zones map.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Like, I remember you were like very neutral on it.
Oh. We're going straight.
I didn't know. That's a sick animation. I didn't know we had that one too. That's awesome.
It's so good.
I love that. Anyways, we're back to the splash instead of the X-Flow, really big, or the shot instead of the X-Flow. It's really big. But we are seeing that Rapid Blaster deco again with that pack. It's gonna be really useful in taking out that crab, especially as. The Range Blaster is already getting a pick really early onto that Rapid Blaster. That means the pack is going to be out of condition. But Olivo on this crab is going to have to hold strong here. Almost getting a pick. Staying alive for really long. Oh my god.
Whoa!
And staying along in time for ASC Tenshi to neutralize the zone. Can they flip it? Not quite. One member going down there on the top left is pretty unfortunate and going to lead to no retake happening quite yet. Yoshi's coming in with this huge crab on the top right. Really a big spot to pop it. You can see from almost the entire map. As Deka just playing for life really well there. Now Typhlo coming in with this pack already gets one pick. Team pushing up to capitalize on a second one as well. They have a really good shot. ASC Tenshi does at retaking, and they do so. Really well done. Alvo going down, though, in the front of the zone is going to mean that Mantis Shrimp can neutralize it. And we're back to Mantis Shrimp holding zone.
Yeah, that is a zone flip. We're seeing a little bit of back and forth here, but it was Mantis Shrimp that did get that really first hold here of 35, which is going to prove to be really huge for them here. Despite the fight for the zone here, both teams meeting up here. We are basically waiting just for these specials to unleash and just see who's going to get the better hold of the zone. But Tenshi is counting down points as of now, having a first control with two members of Mantis Shrimp going out, and on top of that, with the jetpack adding on to the mayhem here, they are collapsing on members of Mantis Shrimp here. But that is, despite them going two down, Mantis Shrimp is going to come back strong with that cooler, which is huge. But the bomb taking the blaster out, that is pretty big. But they are counting down, reaching towards his lead point, and not too far off, with Mantis Shrimp still trying to come in and still trying to make some waves, but they really do have to wait for their teammates to return. They're just getting picked off left and right here, and that is a lead, flipping into the favor of ASC Tenshi. This is basically our last-ditch effort activation, with that Tsuka coming in, taking a pick, only to get met with death. They are holding ASC Tenshi back, but they do need to have control of the zone if they want to, take these points down any further.
what a huge flank from Alvo there. Getting to pick on the Zuka is massive. That means the rest of your team is safe primarily from range. And then forcing the crab to ball form there was absolutely massive, enabling ASC Tenshi to be in a really good position to almost knock out here. Can they do it? Not quite. Mantis Strip managing to flip the zone just in time. However, 2 members are still up on the side of ASC Tenshi, make that 3, so they have a very realistic chance at flipping zone back here and preventing Mantis Strip from getting any more points on the board. Now, Mantis Strip do manage to maintain control of the zone, but they're going to have to chew through this penalty. Can Lucky F get anything done? They get a pick. They get 2 somehow in the bottom right corner of the zone. Absolutely huge double from them. And now, ASC Tenshi is in a really solid spot. It's just Magi left on the side of Mantis Strip, and ASC Tenshi is going to flip zone here.
Yeah, ASC Tenshi is coming back strong. They really don't want to let this game not fall into their favor, so they're just going in, collapsing on. Look at the 3 down. The 3 people on the shot on the right. That was insane. Yeah, they are making sure that they are getting these picks on the board. They do have a little over 30 ticks here to go through on penalty. So they really do have to get these penalty points out. They're trying just, they want to knock this out, and it's definitely showing. Even striking out that crab. Look at that. A nice use of strikes here. Just turned. Unfortunately, that crab did not go out, but it still does its job with these points going down. That penalty is now out the way. This is means for a knockout here in the favor of AC Tenshi, and will they get it? Yes, they do! Knocking 3 members of Mantis Strip out by the end, securing their win, securing the set.
Strong work to them. What a great hold. Those strikes really did a great job of preventing any kind of vision, and also just preventing a push back earlier from Mantis Strip. Really great hold at the end from ASC Tenshi there.
No, for sure. They said, yeah, no, we're not letting this game go, sorry, and just absolutely held it all to the very end, just collapsing on Mantis Strip, basically catching them one by one. Like, I don't know if it's gonna show in the replay when literally there were 3 of them on a shot at one point.
Oh yeah, the dive to hold that last final hold for ASC Tenshi. That was huge. That's the collapse you're looking for when there's a flank and there's a bunch of members of the other team respawning. Really solid team play from ASC Tenshi here. But as well, just the staggering of specials from Mantis Strip really kept them in this game for a very long time. The Zuka combined with the crab, especially here, made the possibility of a retake very realistic. However, the double pop of specials from Typhrillo and Alvo here just kind of shut everything down. It got those 3 picks that you were talking about earlier, and it led to ASC Tenshi taking the map and the set.
And just perfectly executed at the end there from ASC Tenshi just to take it home. As you said, those counter specials were scrumptiously done, chef's kiss, and that knockout just coming out strong. Again, both of these teams are incredibly strong, and we love to see it. They both fought so all they can, especially with the score being this close. Good stuff from both of them.
Yeah, strong work. I do believe that was another upper bracket match. ASC Tenshi's already moving up to, I believe that is upper bracket quarterfinals, where they will face Enrage up next. That is a fire set. Wow. I'm not ready for that one. Enrage has been on a tear this tournament. They've gone 4-0 in maps so far, but I mean, we know how good ASC Tenshi is. We just saw them play. I think that's going to be a banger of a set.
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be, I want to see the result of that one. And unfortunately, Mantis Strip is going down to the loser's bracket, where they will be playing against Peaky, a team we just saw recently as well. Wow. Crazy how things work.
It's crazy how things work. We are speeding through these brackets because I believe we already have our next ups here. Look at that. Toady FS2 versus Government Cheese. Government Cheese!
Government Cheese?
Yeah, I don't even know if we're going on break for this or we're going to dive right back in. We're going on break? Okay, we got where we're going on break. So don't go anywhere. You can see our teams coming up next. We'll see you guys in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
See Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Triton Cup 69. We are already in the quarterfinals. I can't believe we're in winners quarters already. And we have Toady FS2 versus the Government Cheese. Fufu, how are we feeling about it today?
I feel great about this because I'm looking over at the names and I'm like, you named yourself Government Cheese? I like you. Actually, government though. I don't know cheese. Actually, I like the cheese portion. But I'm gonna hold stop for a second here, and look at Flounder Zones. My behated.
I question why you're looking at Flounder Zones and not the map just to the right of it.
Oh my god!
Zone Scorched Gorge.
We are haters today, Sig.
Oh, 100%. I don't need an
are...
alarm clock. My hatred wakes me up every morning. God. Okay.
It's the ultimate hater. Bro wakes up hating. Is actually over.
Yeah. Now, granted, I do enjoy Flounder Zones. It's a great bucket map. It's a great blaster map. Yeah. I don't play Zap on it, though.
You gotta be put down just a little bit.
Hold on.
No, actually, oh god.
Hold on here. Slow down.
My fault, chat. I forget.
Pause.
And then I pause.
Alright.
Pause. We're okay.
Anyways, we got Toady FS2 versus Government Cheese.
Oh jeez.
We're loading up soon.
Things took a dark turn for a second.
Yeah, for a minute.
Oh god.
Oh lord.
No, but Thunder sounds interesting. We have a lot of wall coverage. Like you said, Bucket's gonna be awesome on this map. Buckets are gonna go ham on this map.
Yep, the name of the game on this map is just, stuff that can hit ledges, stuff that loves playing around that verticality. Buckets, blasters, sometimes even like a roller or brush to take advantage of some big flank options you can take through the streets or through trench or trough in mid, whatever you want to call it. Definitely leaning a lot more towards the short range rather than backline picks.
Oh no, absolutely. It's just this map, especially. I have a gripe with this map specifically because of retake. Retake is quite literally an uphill battle on this map, so that's also a little something to note here, which might favor backless comps. But we are going to dive right into it. We're going to see what they actually bring out to the field here. We're going to see backless.
Machine.
Yeah.
Machine, blaster, tri-slosher, and roll. Okay, I like this. I like the cooking from Government Cheese, especially here.
Blaster.
And a carbon roller. I'm a big carbon roller enjoyer. As he already gets a pick onto the 52 cal of Toady FS2. Really strong, really great stuff. Already in the other zone. Not quite going to cap anything. We're staying a little bit neutral here. However, Gregory gets another pick in trench, and Hussey and Bishop Page get another one. Toady FS2 down a member already. However, they're still maintaining control of this zone. Yeti here providing jumps as well. Great stalling and neutralization from them. Going members down constantly, and they're still holding this zone. We're still in a neutral state at 4:15 left. Nobody is capped. However, that is going to change with Government Cheese, but I lied! Because the 52 gal is still in the zone! Never mind!
We had almost an entire minute of no cap. I mean, I'm excited now. This got me pumped up because look at this. Both teams just absolutely held that neutral for so long. Government Cheese does have that first cap, but look, it's back at neutral. We are back at, or not. They never let the commentators speak their truth. The teams are gonna say nuh-uh, and we are seeing that the Government Cheese is now having a much better hold here, despite one of their members going down, holding Toady FS2 a little bit back here, but seeing these Zukas pop out, not quite finding the pick. That is a that was a good Zuka shot.
And a double coming here from Soar, and that's absolutely massive. Great job stalling the zone still. This is the name of the game. This game so far is just stalling out that zone. We saw Toady FS2 do it already, and now it's Government Cheese's turn. They're not quite going to hold it for much longer as the rest of the members have to get back into mid for that to happen. Hussey here, though, is going to try and get aggressive. Not quite. They're going to get the whale popped on them. They're going to have to jump out there. And now it's Toady FS2's turn to kind of hold the zone here. Getting a pick on the Bishop Page and Gregory is huge, as well as Soren, but Soren gets a trade onto Toad. really huge picks and trades on the side of Toady FS2. They have a really good shot at taking lead here and taking some more after that. However, Bishop Page, along with these strikes and Soren, are going to be moving up, trying to retake that zone. They managed to stall it out. However, getting Bishop Page getting collapsed on and the full wipeout coming through for Toady FS2 means that they will maintain control of the zone and they will be ticking down even further on this lead.
No, yeah, for sure. It was a really nice hold there, and that wipeout especially was a cherry on top here in the favor of Toady FS2. And you know, despite these contestings, they're still holding strong to this zone. Look at this little battle. We had a little bit of a little bicker there, but that is to even numbers here. But that might just actually be. There's a little bit of fight up there. We're gonna see what happens here, but that zone is still holding strong in the favor of Toady SF2, despite Government Cheese. Government Cheese coming with the double. Never mind. That's great. The double. That is huge.
What a double from Gregory that really just got Government Cheese back in this retake, enabling them to take that zone as well. Not quite going to get the full recap. It's just Bishop Page left, but Gregory jumping back in and Hussey as well, managing to flip that zone. And with these bombs, they're looking to cap the whole thing as well as getting another pick. It's their turn to play the game yet again. Toad is stuck up here in street on their own. However, the rest of the team is respawning and trying to give them some support here. Getting a pick onto Soren already. That's huge. That's your cooler. That's your fizzies, that's your tri-slosher gone, and it's going to mean that Toady FS2 is going to be able to stall out the zone a little bit, get the pick onto the dueling Zuka, as well as absolutely massive to them. They're going to be chewing through this penalty, as well as Hussey getting a pick onto the ramp is massive for this map 1.
Hussey is taking people out. Unfortunately, they did have to jump out in that situation, but these penalty points are out of the way here for Government Cheese. Toady FS2 does really have to come in strong if they really want to take the zone back here, especially again especially with their lead starting to be contested a bit. But look at these just clean picks. That blaster direct, that is 2.
What a direct.
Maybe even 3 of them with that wave coming out, just trying to mark members of Toady FS2, just keeping them out. These points are continuing to tick down in their favor, even with the small amounts of contests here and there. Oh, Carbon fighting strong. Carbon fighting strong. Wait.
Oh, they might be able to get one more here. They're not going to get one, but they are going to stall out just enough for Government Cheese to hold control of zone just a little bit longer, being able to get down to 12 and getting 3 picks. They might just fully KO here. It's just Uni left, and that's a KO for Government Cheese. What happened? It was so stalled out, and then it just KO'd.
No, they held out strong. Once they had a hold, it was like a dog that did not want to let go. Like, this is ours! This is ours! And it was not gonna go anywhere. Look at this.
Wow. Blaster strong!
Blaster fighting strong. Ooh, we had a troop with that one. Government Cheese.
Yeah.
It was a lot of like back and forth, but once that hold was solid, we saw back and forth and then a strong hold. But it was Government Cheese that eventually did have that ending stronghold that took it straight to a knockout. I think it was like around, I think it was from that 50 or 40. What was that? All the way down to 0.
I believe it was down from 54 here.
Really?
But really strong stuff. Really taking advantage of the chaos that you can cause on this map, especially with these like dual heavy weapons on the side of Government Cheese with that tri-slosher, range blaster, and the carbon roller that we love. That was a huge double as well. That really changed the shape of the game for Government Cheese from Gregory there, enabling them to kind of neutralize the zone a few times and just kind of keep the team in it. Really solid retakes all around though, and I will say Toady FS2 played great defense on that map. Like, there's a reason it was that close, and they play incredible defense just to be able to stay in this game for that long.
No, for sure, especially considering just how punishing or just how rough the retake on this map is. They did really do a good job at like holding it for the most part, but it did just Government Cheese collapsing on them, especially there at the end with that 3 out that just made them, take that first game's crown home. But we are going to switch to a much different map here, a very open map, if anything, Museum Zones.
Ooh, okay, this is, like you said, this is like completely different than Flounder Zones, definitely favoring a lot of that long range, the snipe fighter that we all have come to know and love. We may see it, in this game. However, both teams look very proficient on their backless comps. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't either. But, you know, backline in general is just really strong on this map. Let's take a look at if either team is bringing one.
How much would I bet Blaster? How much would I bet we're gonna see a Blaster?
I need a
again?
blaster. I need another blaster. I'm hoping there's another blaster. Hold on. Yeah! All right, it's a Rapid Pro Deco. Definitely a lot longer range, leaning into that, you know, the difference in map. Rapid Pro Deco just having a lot more range and being able to poke a lot more, and is able to just kind of be a lot more annoying. However, Toad already getting a huge pick and make that a double onto the Gregory and Hussey. Already just tipping the zone in favor of Toady FS2. They are not going down without a fight. They're still in the set, and they're already on the plat. They're knocking on the doorstep of Government Cheese's spawn, getting a pick with that Zuka as well as Massive, almost getting a second one. However, the other team members staying alive. Sora and Zuka not quite getting anything just yet. And unfortunately, that's a full wipeout already in the spawn of Government Cheese. Toady FS2 is rolling back in this game. And it's looking really good for them. They're already taking past 40.
Dog, they weren't even at the doorstep. They were all the way inside the house. That's what we just saw. they made their way in for dinner. With some members of Toady FS2 going down, they still have a nice control of the lead and continue to pick down members of Government Cheese, with that Carbon being a huge, and the shot being a huge pick on their numbers. And with this that timer counting down from 10, this might just be a 100-0 knockout if they can't contest this right now. That is a 100-0 knockout.
Wow.
That is a 100-0.
Oh my god.
No. They came swinging. They didn't even knock on the door. They broke the door and made their way in. They had dinner. They raided their kitchen, and they took it home. Knockout all the way through.
We might have to file a breaking and entering charge on that map. Wow. That was quite the answer for Toady FS2. Off the back of this just monstrous double that Toad got. Really strong work from them just getting those two massive picks. That's a lot of the front line gone from Government Cheese there. And I would just like to say there was a point in time on this map where Toad's controller, I believe, either died or disconnected.
Yeah, no, it's just the start.
So it was at about like 30 points left, I think. They just dropped down back into mid. That was really... it definitely wasn't intentional. It looked like a controller dying, but it was really funny. I feel really bad, but...
Imagine it's just intentional. They just sit there just like, and then they go back to the game just like, yes, murder. And then just come back, and they're just like running back up. It's like, it's like pause.
Bro, I had to meditate for a second.
And then meditate for a second is crazy. They're like, ooh, hold on. They got locked in. They locked in. They actually locked in that game. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, yeah,
they leaned forward in their chairs. Now we're on to map 3. We got Scorch Gorge Zones. What a map to be a decider. We are going to see that tried and true comp, and very similar comp, tried and true comp for Toady FS2. We are going to swap out that V Machine for a Machine Neo for another Zuka, and we're going to see Soren switching onto that Splash-O-Matic. For a bit more backline pressures. It's going to be really useful, especially on top of that big tower that you see Hussey already climbing on. Ooh, already going down to the bomb is really tough. That puts Government Cheese in a really tough spot, and they're taking full advantage of it, already like taking control of a lot of the map. However, Gregory getting a huge flank here, not quite going to pick Toad. However, his teammate's going to get a lot of mileage off of the distraction that Gregory caused, but Toady FS2 does manage to take control of the zone. They knock it down to 90 points left. And are getting a couple more picks. However, Government Cheese is already able to flip it back. Probably going to get a slightly larger lead here with just the shot on Toady FS2 staying alive. And it looks like they're going to have to do that for a while to get this team back. However, Soren's Crab here is going to be absolutely massive and just trying to get some deeper picks and trying to hold off Toady FS2 for as long as possible here.
For sure. The teamwork we've been seeing from Government Cheese has been amazing here from the start of the match, but it looks like Toady FS2 is ready to make their answer, make their little callback here, and attempt to contest and take the zone back here, which they do. As a matter of fact, they are seeing a little bit of contesting here from Government Cheese, but catching Government Cheese in a corner, in a trap. That is 3 down on Government Cheese. This is a really nice opportunity for Toady FS2 to make a little more pressure as they are trying to make their way into the base of Government Cheese, trying to get them a little knock on the door that they did last game. Similarly, we're seeing a little bit of a similar song and dance here, but Government Cheese is going to be taking that machine down already off the bat, but that lead swap is going to be huge. Oh, big Zuka pick! Big Zuka picks!
Even bigger than the lead swap is that Zuka getting a huge pick, almost getting a second, applying a lot of chip damage. However, Government Cheese is already back in here. The close range Zuka getting some chip damage and allowing Hussey to get the trade onto Toad. Government Cheese is going to flip the zone because of that and a couple other picks that Gregory has gotten on the opposite side of the zone, and they're going to be able to hold strong. They might have another chance at taking the lead here with just such a small penalty as well. It's going to be very realistic opportunity for Government Cheese to take this down even further.
No, yeah, for sure, for sure. And these penalty points, speaking of them, are just about out of the way, so the lead is very much possible. But that is all specials online on Toady FS2, so I believe in this retake is going to be on its way here to try and stop this lead from happening in the first place. No members going down just yet. Never mind, the Gal taking a pick. That is one down on each side. That lead swap does happen. So yeah, Toady FS2 wasn't quite able to make it to the zone to contest that much enough as two of them go down, and they are being collapsed upon with members of Government Cheese absolutely making their way through, collapsing on this machine. This might just be a knockout here in the favor of Government Cheese if they can hold this long enough. But with members of Toady FS2 coming in at the end trying to contest this, this is going to be a harsh contest. That is one of them on Toady FS2 going down. Are they going to flip the? Are they going to take this down? Take this? Oh,
Not quite. What a wow! What a hold from Government Cheese there. The Crab and the Zuka from Soren and Hussey were huge in holding that. Try as Toady FS2 might, they just weren't able to quite overcome that. Really strong holds from Government Cheese there.
Oh yeah, for sure. It was just Government Cheese had the hold and they were not letting go. Oh my goodness. And yeah, honestly, Government Cheese, they also just came in and just like, okay, yeah, no, we're not gonna let this game go out of here. And you know, both teams did really come in swinging, wanting to win, not wanting to be dropped down into loser's bracket, but it was Government Cheese that eventually held it strong, you know, locked themselves in and took that knockout, especially at the end, from just getting the penalty points all the way down to a smooth drop to the knockout. Oh my goodness, we love to see it.
Yeah, really strong play from Government Cheese, and that means they are going to be advancing into the semifinals, in which they will be playing against Fruittella. I love that name, Fruittella. It's like Nutella, but like it's fruit, you know? That's cool. That's gonna be one of our winter semis matches. It's Fruittella versus Government Cheese. You'd love to see it. The food clash. It's a food battle, a food fight, if you will.
Oh my god. Okay, the puns are coming to the end. We're putting the puns away. That is this set here. We're gonna go on break. Don't go anywhere. Wait, is that I believe is that the end of our cast? Or are we still going? I think we're still going. I think we're still
going for the block.
We don't. Okay, we're gonna be back here in a bit. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
We'll be back.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, hello, and we are back from our little bit break. I am joined here by Sig, and we have counter picks.
I love counter picks.
We love counter picks.
As much as I love seeing Scorch Gorge Splat Zones, I don't think we're gonna see it anymore. However, we are starting on Humpback Zones, which personally I don't feel much better about.
No, I was
what I
gonna
do
say the
feel
same.
good about is these teams. We got ASC Tenshi, we just saw a couple matches ago, and we got the Final Reckoning, who have gotten themselves on quite a run so far. I believe they have not dropped a map quite yet. They are 6-0 going into winter semis.
This is gonna make it really interesting here, as you know. Oh my god, I'm interested in seeing these counter picks though. Also, ASC, like you said, we did see them earlier, so I'm excited what they're gonna bring to the table because we did see them. They were incredibly strong in the last games that we saw. So I'm like flowing with excitement back here.
Can't wait. My biggest question is, I'm a big Blaster enjoyer. Are we gonna see a Blaster again from ASC Tenshi?
You are waiting. You are being fed today with the Blaster gameplay.
I'm ready. I need more. Where is it? Outside of Kluga, Blasters are like one of my favorite things to watch.
You are coming back from where we're gonna see this in just a second here, hopefully. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what they bring out to the field. We're gonna see what they bring out to the field.
All right. We're ready. Not quite a Blaster, but triple bucket.
Oh, I've seen this song and dance before. This song and dance before.
There are 4 buckets. Why are there 4 buckets in the game? I'm not ready for that. Let's go though.
First time. I've seen a quad bucket on this map and they won a game, so I have high hopes at the same time.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm not even gonna lie.
Well, it's already off to a pretty good start, getting two opening picks, and Audible here getting another. That's absolutely massive, getting almost a full wipeout and the zone flipped in favor of ASC Tenshi. Massive. It's just Potato Chew having to jump out there in the bottom left, and it's going to enable ASC Tenshi to take a lot of really solid space here. The V bucket does end up unfortunately going down. I believe that was Lucky 4. However, they do manage. ASC Tenshi does manage to get the lead, not without the cost of Lucky 4 again. To that Zipcaster, but Auto getting another huge pick on the Potato Chew. That's your mid line gone for the time being. However, it's just them left in the zone from the looks of it. Them and Lucky 4. Lucky 4 getting a trade, and Auto getting this crab off is really solid stall, especially with the busy bombs coming out as well. However, it's not quite going to neutralize the zone in time for the Final Reckoning to be super concerned. But ASC Tenshi does manage to flip the zone as soon as all their members come back and they get a couple extra picks.
Yeah, they get a little bit more time here, and a bit of a distraction wiper on the side. Getting a nice pick. That is even numbers on each side, but with these missiles ready to go, it seems that all 3 of the members of AC Tenshi have missiles going directly to their location right now. A little bit extra stall here, a little bit extra moving around, but that is another zone flip. It looks like this is going to be a back and forth map, especially considering how much the zone is flipping already into this match.
Yeah, the Final Reckoning already having the zone control again, getting a pick onto Typhlo there is also huge. That's your that's your mid-range gone if on ASC Tenshi. However, 2 go down and another trade means we're in a 2v2 in the zone here. And it's, not really favoring any team. It's just a neutralized zone. However, Lucky F is able to go in and cap while Ansh and Potato Chew go to regroup. However, one of them goes down to 3 members of ASC Tenshi, and the other, the jump in does go down as well. However, Risu here getting a huge isolated pick onto Typhlo, managing to, kind of be annoying and stay in this zone and enabling their team to get back in with these missiles as well. Neutralizing the zone and completely flipping it, preventing ASC Tenshi from getting anywhere past 44 points.
How did the gal live that long? How did that is the bigger question. They held that, and definitely enough here for their team to get that zone flipped in their favor with these penalty points gone as well. Final Reckoning now ticking down a little close to the lead as we are seeing it. One their stamper has gone down here, but again, it looks like this is going to be a lead swap regardless, despite the 3 down. ASC Tenshi coming back to reclaim the zone, and and they do see Final Reckoning's last member jump out here as they are trying to meet them back here in mid, hopefully soon.
Yeah, this hold, though, might just end up in a lead with how small the penalty is remaining on ASC Tenshi and how little map control the Final Reckoning has to kind of deal with, or, make this retake happen, as the lead does flip yet again, and a full wipeout in favor of ASC Tenshi means that Lucky F can move way further up into the Final Reckoning spawn. Not quite, able to get a huge triple lurk off, however, really forcing a lot of resources and a lot of time to be wasted. While Potato Chew gets picked off by Alvo's Crab, Risu's in the spawn, in the zone again, in the thick of things with that wall and 52 gal going down. However, the zone is still like in a neutral state. It's just Anch left though as the full wipeout comes out and the KO. I didn't realize the score was that low.
Yeah, no, those penalty points, those points, like I said, the penalty points were low, so really just the points kept ticking down here and there, and next thing you know, we blink and that wipeout and that knockout, the 2-in-1 deal there by the end. Look at that.
Wow. Triple bucket worked. I should have had more faith. Yeah.
I told you. I was
didn't
like,
have to tell me.
I've seen this song, I've seen Quad Bucket absolutely throw hands on this map, which ironic, it's like parallels. I see ASC Tenshi was like, we'll do it, we'll pull through, and they definitely did pull through. Look at that, especially considering they did get the knockout by the end here. The Final Reckoning did do an incredible job at holding though. Again, this is just Humpback TM. Humpback is always going to be an interesting map, especially because of you never really have solid ground. So but these buckets absolutely, capitalized off that and definitely took it home with that wipeout and with that lead in the first game. So good job here from ASC Tenshi.
Yeah, really solid play from Tenshi. However, there were some really big moments there from Final Reckoning, especially from Risu, getting a few isolated picks and enabling the team to get in, especially with those missiles, supporting them. As Final Reckoning counter picks Hammerhead.
Oh my god.
Well, it's not Scorch.
It's Hammerhead.
It's Hammerhead.
It's Hammerhead.
It is Hammerhead. It's Hammerhead Zones.
Sig, my man, these maps have me going insane back here. I'm a charger. This is a playground for me, mind you. Ooh, leader. But from Quad Bucket Hammerhead to I don't know what we're gonna have next. Zones. I'm at the Hammerhead.
Oh.
It's always zones. It's gonna be zones the entire. This is Triton.
I'm shook. I'm shook. I was not ready for this when I signed up for doing this commentating block. I was not ready for Hammerhead Zones. But here we are. This was not a contract. I was not ready. But here we are. Now I'm very curious as to what the Final Reckoning is planning on doing. I mean, it's a weaker bucket map, and it's definitely like a really good 52 map. But I'm curious to see how that's going to go, especially with the rest of the comp. I want to see how things shake out a little bit here.
Yeah, especially with just how different these maps are too. Like, we're literally going from Humpback to straight up Hammerhead. That is, you have a very round map, a very playground based, like, I like to call it playground because it's really, you're everywhere on that map, to line.
Line. Big slopes both ways,
Yeah, no,
it's like you're playing on Brinewater, but you don't turn.
I'm sorry, the execution of it. You don't turn. That got me.
It's a straight line. But we do see a few changes. Now we're down to 2 buckets, but there is a blaster on ASC Tenshi. And on the side of the Final Reckoning, we don't see any comp changes. Seem very confident in this. However, Risu does go down to Lucky F here. Lucky F, fully taking control as well as Alvo on these sides is going to lead to a lot of trouble for the Final Reckoning. They are going to be forced back a little bit. However, Asan does get a huge pick onto Alvo there, preventing any further push up from ASC Tenshi, and they managed to neutralize the zone and keep ASC Tenshi only at 20 points for now. However, I was about to say there's 1 down, but that doesn't really matter when there are 3 down on the side of ASC Tenshi. The Final Reckoning do manage to flip the zone. They get the pick onto 2 more. That's a really long delayed wipeout from them. They staggered ASC Tenshi really well there, and now they're able to take the lead back. Really solid place. Now they're set up a little bit in front of the zone, in still very safe positions, but very strong ones, where they're going to be able to hold this. The only thing is they're going to have to deal with Alvo's Crab here. However, Potato Chews, Zipcaster, oh, I lied. I was going to say Zipcaster is one of the best specials in dealing with Crab, but not when it gets picked off, unfortunately. So the Final Reckoning are going to stay in control of the zone.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they're trying to hold this on really quick, and they really do here. Even with the specials coming off from ASC Tenshi, ASC Tenshi is being collapsed upon with 3 down already on their side. Final Reckoning just holding this as much as they can. These counters continue to tick down, less than around 30 ticks here on the clock, and members continue to go down on the ASC Tenshi. They are being folded on here. Not folded is not maybe an interesting word here to use, but it is going to be tense here. Final Reckoning taking it safe, doing what they can to hold this on as long as they can. Less than 10 seconds left on this counter, and it's probably, this is looking like knockout territory if that contest doesn't happen. Rizu with the double! Rizu with the double!
What a double from Risu. That's going to maintain control of the zone primarily. They get the hold, and the Crab's not enough to neutralize it. What an answer back from the Final Reckoning. And we're off of Hammerhead Zones.
We're putting Hammerhead Zones behind us. We're putting Hammerhead Zones behind us. With an incredible take back from the Final Reckoning.
What an incredible hold. We see why they counterpicked it. They're really comfortable on that map. They're really solid on it. Wow. And that huge double from Risu at the end there as well. That really just showed... Oh my god, that huge double just like won the game for them right then and there.
It really was. They actually did get a little bit of a spit back at Risu though at the end. They did take Risu at the very end with the whistle sounding, but Risu's double coming in absolute clutch. Honestly, I think one of the biggest reasons they Hammerhead was picked, they have a Crab. They have basically, oh wait no, it was ASC Tenshi that had the Crab. Excuse me, I mixed up my sides. I mean, regardless, they came swinging. We put the Crab aside. We put the Crab aside for 2 seconds and, just started swinging. They both just playing safe and just holding it as well was just huge. Ship shape, we're seeing it again.
Ooh, ship shape zones. Ooh, okay. I like this. Really solid counterpick. You have that Rapid Blaster, can hit around those corners really well. And the buckets can play at the top ledge. They can play under the ledges as well. They can play in pit. Honestly, really solid counterpick. But 52 is really good here as well.
Yeah, no, we're going straight into it. Not even a chance. We are going right into it. Both of these teams are ready for blood with the score even right now. I love seeing the double Splatonas, double swords.
Yeah, double swords. Missiles and zip is a really big one. You can displace a lot of stuff with that comp. Question is, can the Final Reckoning capitalize it? So far, they don't need specials. They just take the zone. They pop the missiles as well. Risu's already way in, just taking a ton of space. Not quite getting a pick, but that doesn't matter when you already have the zone and you're already down to 80 points. The ASC Tenshi does neutralize the zone, though. However, it is at the cost of Lucky F, and now they have to hold the zone and pray they get a couple more picks with this pack. Before Asan just moves up into the zone and getting some much needed space for the Final Reckoning.
We are definitely having the zones moment of all time. We are in a little bit of the middle pickle, despite Final Reckoning is having this first. We are getting these penalty points out of the way. That was the first, but we did have a little bit of contest moment. And here we are with another contestant, another zone cap, flipping in the favor of ASC Tenshi, but with 2 members of them going down, probably making that 3 there with Rizu coming in with a little bit of seeing a little bit of red here, trying to take people out. Red getting a trade. That is actually a triple from Rizu despite them going down. And with a finish up with the wiper, in the ending of a trade, that is 3 down on AC Tenshi. That was a bloodshed of all time. The Final Reckoning now having this advantage all over again as waiting for their members to jump back in to the field. We are seeing a similar song and dance that we saw last game.
Yeah, the Final Reckoning we know is really solid on these lockouts. Can ASC Tenshi do anything with this pack? It looks like they're able to get into the zone and they're able to take this top right area. These strikes are going to be able to neutralize pretty solidly. Can they completely flip the zone with the burst bomb? Yes, they can. Now it's just a matter of holding on to it with just Alvo left. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to quite yet. Risu coming up on this flank. Does Alvo know? Not quite. Not able to get a trade quite. It's really tough to when you're in that 3v1. But Ritsu getting another second pick out of there. That's huge. Ritsu's ability to get these doubles in most important spots and just the most random spots really is really helping out the Final Reckoning here. They're playing really well off of it, and it's letting them hold the zone down to 30 points already.
No, for sure. And we are seeing that. Whoa.
Wow, okay, wipeout. What an answer back from ASC Tenshi. Great wipeout. They managed to take control of the zone, give Final Reckoning a huge penalty, and managed to camp some jumps. It's just Ansha left in the back of the map. I think they're just going to be, they're trying to draw as many people over as possible. ASC Tenshi, a little bit wiser to it, though. Only, keeping one person back to make sure that Ansha doesn't get any, super valuable space taken and forcing the jump out, really. However, Final Reckoning here popping the missiles and popping all their specials to get this retake going. Not quite going to happen just yet. 2 members going down. That means ASC Tenshi has a really good shot at cutting this lead even closer.
No, yeah, for sure. Especially with them still in control of the zone. They're, both teams are duking it out here in the middle with even numbers as well. It is really trying to see where's the zone going to flip. With the paint starting to turn a little more blue here. But the jetpack coming in, that zone does flip in the favor of Final Reckoning. Applying that penalty in ASC Tenshi. And the scores of the actual points are getting much closer as the round continues to go on here. I feel like it's going to be on the closer end if you ask me.
It's definitely looking like it. The missiles coming out for the Final Reckoning, though, means they'll probably be able to displace and maintain at least neutral zone for quite a while here. The strikes, though, are going to provide an answer to that, as ASC Tenshi are in full control of the zone, getting a pick, forcing a jump out, and getting another pick on the jump camp. It's just Hassan left and Risu on this top right area, getting one pick, almost neutralizing the zone, but not quite, thanks to Lucky F. Tagging down Hassan really well. Risu's jump getting camped unfortunately means that it's just Potato 2 and Hassan, and Pita goes down, unfortunately. It's just Ansha and Hassan left. Can they prevent this lead swap? It looks like they can provide jumps at the least, and it looks like the Final Reckoning have a really good shot here. Not quite ASC Tenshi able to, maintain control of the zone, maintain neutral, and advantage in this zone as Alvo charges another crab. Not quite in time to, cancel the flip of the zone in favor of the Final Reckoning, but enough to take the lead. Really strong play from them, and now they have the strikes ready for more.
Yeah, every second counts now, especially at this point, as we are in the last 30 seconds of the game, especially with these scores so close. Any knock of penalty points, and, it just either the lead is going to swap or it's just securing the win here. And, this timer, like I said, I'm going to mention this timer once more because it is ticking down, but ASC Tenshi having this control right now, and with even numbers on top of that, it's going to be a fight for the zone, especially with the special starting to come out. The Zipcaster, Pikachu trying to come in and just trying to contest the zone here, trying to do everything they can to force this into overtime, which they do. As a matter of fact, this is the Final Reckoning's last chance here to try and take this lead back from ASC Tenshi, and it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close.
Yeah, Peter really wants to win here, getting a huge pick onto the Rapid Blaster. However, ASC Tenshi with these strikes is going to flip the zone just in time to hold on to the lead and not allow Final Reckoning to get anything going quite in time. Map 3 goes to ASC Tenshi, and they maintain their counter pick. Or they win their counter pick.
For sure, they held this. It was the 1 point that made all the difference. So 1 point really does matter, especially in this game, and we saw it through during this one. Considering that it's what helped ASC Tenshi take this crown on the third set. We are going back and forth in terms of wins here, as we are preparing for these counter picks here, and good stuff here from both teams.
Yeah, strong work. That was a really tight map. Great comeback from ASC Tenshi, especially coming back from almost a 75-point deficit from basically full score here. Really well played from them, but Final Reckoning definitely made it tough for them. It was very, very close here. Now, I'm curious to see what our next counterpick is going to be. We've seen quite the variety of maps. We've seen a map where we can kind of get to the sides and flank off pretty easily in ship shape, and then we've seen Hammerhead. So I'm curious to see what the Final Reckoning is going to bring to this game, or what map they pick.
No, yeah, for sure. It could be anything here. As we're getting the drum rolls ready here, as we are waiting for a little counter pick. They're discussing their picks. My eyes are glued onto the screen. I'm curious. My curiosity is peeking through.
Yes, I am staring. I am ready. I need Give me the counter pick. Give me food. I need to see gameplay. It was really solid play, and we.
Mincemeat. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore.
Risu said sorry in one of the chats earlier when team counterpicked Hammerhead, and
I need another sorry.
We got the skull emoji now. Oh my god.
They know.
We're getting all of those maps. Okay. I see. All right. All right, let's go. We have mincemeat again. You know, I can't complain. It's mincemeat. You know, you kind of just have to paint.
I can't complain. Actually,
play
I can't
leader.
really. I play
No,
leader. No,
play
listen.
leader. I don't think either of us can complain, but I want to.
I think we can understand the mincemeat and hammerhead effect. I think we can complain on the behalf of everyone else.
Yeah.
Kind of.
A little.
We're probably the least qualified to do so, but we're gonna do it anyways, just for you guys.
Most definitely. You know, we will voice the complaints for the chat.
We will bring this forward to the council for you guys. Oh jeez. I don't know how I feel, but we are gonna open up here. We're gonna see what they bring out. Buckets and blasters. You're getting fed. You're getting fed, Sig.
Love to see
double
it.
stamper.
Oh, we get the crab stamper too. That's a really good mid range. Now, Final Reckoning does have a general range advantage in their comp now against ASC Tenshi. However, that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco is going to put in work. It already has, as we saw in the previous set. But Risu's already here getting pretty aggressive compared to the rest of the team. Two members, however, going down. It's just Ansh left, and I believe that is Asan on the plat. This crab is going to just make sure that ASC Tenshi can't get too much of a hold into the zone while the rest of the team respawns and gets back in. ASC Tenshi already down to 73 points though. Asan getting a huge pick there might just be the answer that the Final Reckoning needs to neutralize and retake control of this zone.
No, for sure. But ASC Tenshi still holding strong here on the zone, continues to let these points counter down. Final Reckoning now unleashing coolers. This might be a good opportunity to go in, and immediately the cooler power. Am I right? The zone immediately flipping back in their favor, applying those penalty points for ASC Tenshi. Right off the bat here, which is exactly what they need here, as they are just holding the zone. This is a lot of pain going back and forth on the zone. I imagine this charging their specials here and there.
Yeah, this is what we know and love about mincemeat, everybody. This is the paint spam. This is the zone cheese. This is the zone neutralization map. And ASC Tenshi is already holding it really well. They're even getting a little bit ahead with these strikes. They're moving up past the zone, trying to get some poke damage in. However, this crab from Ansh is also just going to maintain the control for Final Reckoning. As we see, PETA is already getting a pick on Zipcaster. That's Lucky and 3 down on the side of ASC Tenshi as well. That means that Final Reckoning is going to have a really good shot at just getting aggressive, taking some space here, and taking the lead even, possibly.
Possibly here. It looks very well in the books, especially considering that wipe out their head, but with Reese already going down and them collapsing on PETA, that is 2 down here on the Final Reckoning. ASC Tension now being able to answer back to the Final Reckoning, and as that pain is starting to go in the zone, which might not get there fast enough considering that zone flip. That's lead flip, excuse me. I'm so used to the zone flipping now. We have a little difficulties back here. But ASC Tenshi now flipping the zone in their favor, applying that penalty on the Final Reckoning again. But Final Reckoning is still adamant on holding the zone in their favor here as ASC Tenshi is trying to come back.
Yeah, a big lead flip from the Final Reckoning there, even 27 or so points ahead. Or 17 points ahead, but ASC Tenshi is going to be ticking through that penalty as they flip the zone back. Ansh's crab is not going to be quite successful at, you know, maintaining a lot of control for ASC Tenshi here, as it has been the rest of the map, as ASC Tenshi has already gotten behind it. However, the rest of the Final Reckoning is already getting in, and what a huge melee pick from Peta, getting traded unfortunately, but that enables the Final Reckoning to push forward and force ASC Tenshi back and maintain control of that zone. Really well played from them. Another trade from Risu onto Lucky F is another thing. Now you're going to not have to worry about that bucket, about the spot bomb, about the strikes. And now we have a crab duel between Alvo and Anshe. However, Peta's getting a piece of it and taking it out, and taking Alvo out before they can do anything about it. Now it's just Lucky F pushed up in zone and goes down. However, Peta goes down as well. And it's 3v2 in favor of ASC Tenshi on this zone. Can they reflip it? Yes, they can. The only question is now, can they hold it and possibly take a lead back?
Yeah, the hold is the most important part of this, especially in this game mode here. So, especially with these penalty points, they're not much here. Luckily, they're not much here for ASC Tenshi, so it shouldn't be the worst in terms of going after. But they're both at the zone, or not. It really is, both teams are going to meet in the zone. This is going to be quite a hold from ASC Tenshi if they want it back, but that statement is very short-lived considering that zone flip and those penalty points reapplied here. The Final Reckoning has no intention of letting ASC Tenshi hold the zone for any longer than 10 seconds, really, especially with less than a minute left on the map and 2 down on their side.
Pick on the bottom left, or on the bottom right from Asan as well. That's enabling Final Reckoning to get back in and enabling another point of attack for them. As Peta moves forward and gets another pick, they're going to have to fight another. Not quite getting the pick on the Lucky F, but that's enabling the rest of the team to move forwards. The crab melee rolling over Risu. Alva, what a pick, and also enabling Riz to get a Fizzy Bomb pick onto Peta. However, Anshe with this crab here is going to be able to hold really strong. Final Reckoning's already ticked through all of their penalty, and they're at 15 points remaining. This means that ASC Tenshi is going to have to flip the zone now, and they're going to have to hold it for the rest of the game. It's a really tough 2 on this map, and can the Final Reckoning bring us to a map 5 here? Yes, they can!
The Final Reckoning refused to go down without a fight. That fight at the very end just to cap that zone. The Final Reckoning now evening the score is going to go back to a tiebreaker. As we've been seeing throughout these sets, tiebreakers almost all the way through. The Final Reckoning taking this mincemeat game home, and with the counter pick lying in the hands of ASC Tenshi, we're going to see what our final map is going to bring here. Well done here, Final Reckoning, evening the score.
Strong work. Now, thankfully, and I don't mean to like be mean here, but thankfully it is ASC Tenshi's counter pick. That means it will likely not be Scorch Gorge. I feel like I feel like the Final Reckoning. This is the vibe that I got from, you know, the Hammerhead and the Mincemeat. Is if they got another counter pick, there might be a chance at Scorch Gorge here. But it's ASC Tenshi's counter pick because they lost. I'm very curious to see what they do end up picking. They end up going to, I believe, Zone's Mako Mart, something we have not seen yet today.
Oh, this is actually a perfect deciding map. I would say this is even the most even ground to have the most clean fight, or like the most even fight here. This is both beneficial to what AC the Final Reckoning's picking is almost even, especially with you know, you have crabs on both teams. This is perfect for that, as well as just Mako is just a staple map. So really, this is gonna get good. This is gonna get real good.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I'm curious to see if we'll see a double stamper. There we go. I can speak English. I'm curious to see if we'll see a double stamper here again from the Final Reckoning. It seemed to work pretty well, but it might be you know, seeing as the maps have played out, it might just be a specific map counter pick for mincemeat zones. But I'm here for it if they go for it. I would love to see it personally.
I don't want to make too many assumptions, because really this is gonna go one way or the other, and this game is really gonna be like a random event. We don't know what's gonna happen, especially with how close these teams have been being. But it also considering the fact that we hit on a more stable map compared to just how wildly different our counter picks were in the games before us. So I have high hopes that this is going to be a really good match here.
It's going to be super close. I can already feel it in my bones. right now. It's leaning towards that mid to short range that we've seen from from both comps here. You know, there's been no real backline outside that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. We're not going to see. We're going to just see a normal Rapid Blaster Deco, and not quite seeing the double Stamper, but it's as close as we're probably going to get on this map. We're seeing a Stamper Wiper as well. Ooh,
Look at that.
Like that.
Just their openings being, I love the split opening from the Final Reckoning. I absolutely love that. I want to point that out, and it definitely paid off considering that is 3 down on ASC Tenshi. The Final Reckoning coming in quick, taking that momentum from the last game, being quick to just take out ASC Tenshi. I believe that was practically delayed wipe with that jump out right there. Having that first hold of the zone is going to be huge here as they get these points taken down right away.
Yeah, what a huge early push from the Final Reckoning. That early pick on that far left side was super helpful for them. And now Peta's getting in, getting another pick onto that Tri-Slosher and going for more, getting the pick onto Lucky F as well. That's insane. What a Zipcaster, 2 kills off of it. And Final Reckoning are still in control of the zone. Now, ASC Tenshi did manage to flip it, however, and that is giving a penalty to Final Reckoning. However, it's not enough to fully allow them to get the score down, as the Final Reckoning is staying largely in control of this zone. With Risu and Asan kind of sticking on it, that paint from them is honestly kind of underrated from their weapons.
Oh yeah, for sure. They are putting it on the floor, and this cooler now coming out, the Final Reckoning able to possibly retaliate here from ASC's offense here, not quite letting them cap the zone and still holding it. These penalty points are going nowhere, especially with, you know, these points are the ones going down. Excuse me, wording 100, but they're still on hold. They are holding this. Lucky coming in, flipping the zone with a little bit of help from their try as well. This is perfect for AC Tenshi. This is now their chance to retaliate and try to, you know, finally seeing this side of the Final Reckoning turn a little bit orange.
Yeah, first really solid hold from ASC Tenshi. It's just Peta left on that top right after the 3 going down on the side of Final Reckoning. However, the rest of the team is back in. The Zipcaster and Cooler get popped. The Hammer gets popped as well. That's all the specials, including the Whale for the Final Reckoning. They're going to need to get a retake off of this, as we've seen them do so many times. However, Asan goes down here, and Risu is stuck on their own. Peta goes down as well. This is looking kind of rough for the Final Reckoning, as ASC Tenshi ticks down past 25 points. They have gotten that lead. They have not let go of this game so far.
Yeah, no, this is basically the Final Reckoning's last chance. If they want the zone, they better go now if they want a chance to retake this game. And there's that first contest, seeing these Whales pop out, just doing everything they can to pay the zone, but that zone still goes in the favor of ASC Tenshi, knocking the game out in the favor of ASC Tenshi, taking the game and finishing the set with 3-2. Oh,
That was fast.
that was fast.
Wow. I don't know what else to say. It was like,
turnaround.
you know, instantly it was Final Reckoning advantage. And then somehow, off the back of like a huge streak and a huge triple in the zone for ASC Tenshi, it just flipped to almost 100-0, basically, with that penalty.
ASC
Wow.
Tenshi locked in. They
Yeah.
locked in.
Bro, they leaned forward in their chair again.
They leaned forward in their chair. I love that statement. No, but they really did. The Final Reckoning did a really good job in the beginning of the game, just holding it strong. But once ASC Tenshi had their footing and, had their hold, they're like, okay, we got it. And actually showed that through from this cap forward, it was just all the way to hold them back, and all the way to a knockout they went.
Yeah, this last minute play from Risu was almost really clutch, but I believe there was a crab pop there at the end that just held the zone enough for ASC Tenshi to hold on and get that knockout at the end there. ASC Tenshi do move on to face off against Fruittella, who won the food fight in the other semifinal match in winners finals.
Yeah, this is gonna be awesome here. But again, both of these teams neck to neck, toe to toe, just absolutely showing these strengths. And maybe we'll see. Maybe we might see the Final Reckoning again if they make it through losers bracket, as we are going to move on to winners finals. Well, not us. This is the end of our vlog, our time here. As you guys will be getting a new set of commentators. Let me double check who you guys are getting. You guys are getting Asect and Pat next door. So as this is the end of our block. So Sig, where can the lovely people find you?
You can find me on just about any social media, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Discord, Blue Sky, anything basically at Sigdokari, as you see on your screen. Fufu, where can the lovely people and the idiots in chat find you?
Oh my god! You guys can find me on Twitter at SplatFufu. Again, a little bit of art on the side, a little bit of Splatoon on the side, a little bit of commentary on the side. You got a little bit of everything back there. So again, thanks for having us. This was an incredibly fun bracket run here for us. So again, don't go anywhere, guys. The sets are going to get even better here as we are moving on to the end of the tournament.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Triton Cup 69. I'm Asek, joined here by Pat, and we are going into, I believe, the losers' finals.
It's actually the winners' finals.
Winners'
Asect.
finals.
Yes, these
Oh.
two teams. They're the last two teams undefeated in this tournament, but that was close because both semifinals went to a game 5. So
Ooh.
this tournament is pretty tough. Everybody wants to get that very, very nice badge here for Triton Cup 69.
Oh yeah, I'm used to paddling pool. There's no losers bracket in this tournament, is there?
Yes, there is. Yes.
Oh, there
There
is.
is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just not
one
there
of these
yet.
days. One of these days, I will learn how double elimination works.
Well, double elimination, there's always a loser's bracket. That's
Yeah.
pretty much how it works. That's the thing. But yeah, we are going to start with Fruittella versus ASC Tenshi that we just saw get the game 5 against Final Reckoning. I mean, Fruittella, new team, but they've been taking names lately, and they fully deserve their seed number 1. ASC Tenshi, like a classic high-level French team. They've been here forever, and seeing them in finals is kind of suited because like they have the experience of all the tournaments, and in a contested tournament, you know, like having that experience, that extra, oh, we've played so many tournaments together is so good.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to get back into this. It's been a second since I've commentated. I think.
Oh yeah.
Actually, no. I commentated the Christmas stream. That was a fun experience.
Oh
But-
yes, it was.
The first map we're going to be going into here is Hagglefish Zones. Pat, what do you think of this map?
It's like very much even for a lot of different weapons. Kind of flat, so favors a bit of long range. I expect to see maybe some crab tanks and some Zukas because they are good here. But like for as a map to start a set, as a map to see how these teams are, that's a very good way to start a zones set.
Yes, indeed. Something that I think is really interesting is this map feels a lot like if they made Port Mackerel but good. And I think this map is only good because Stingray isn't in the game. If Stingray was in this game, this map would be way worse. I'm just thinking about it. Imagine a Stingray going down mid on this map.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't
but
want to imagine that.
It's not as flat as Port Mackerel.
Yeah.
And what usually decides this map is, are you able to push the other team away and keep in their spawn? And for that, I don't think the Stingray would be that good, to be honest. Inkarma would be, but Stingray, yeah, I mean, it would still be Stingray. Don't get me wrong, Stingray is still Stingray, but yeah, I think this map is just balanced and well, whatever weapons you're using.
It's much better than Port Mackerel. Mainly because the map is way bigger. The middle part of the map has been way extended. A lot more cover's been added. The side areas have been lowered down, made maybe even a touch smaller. So the map feels a lot more. They feel a lot more like flanks instead of other parts of mid, which is I think in Port Mackerel mid felt really weird just because it felt disorganized and there wasn't really a solid way to push all the way through it.
Yeah, but these days are over, Asect. We are now in Splatoon 3, and we are now about to see who's the best at zones, because whether it's Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 3, top players, they want to play on zones tournaments, and this is what we give you with Triton Cup.
Oh yeah, is Triton Cup always zones only, or is it?
Yes.
Does it change modes? It's always zones only?
Triton Cup is always zones only. All maps are on the table. That's the rules. So if there are zones maps that you don't like, well, you can watch. You can watch other people suffer on it. But that's part of the game.
Every single map?
Yep, every single map. To my knowledge, yeah, every single map.
Every single map is free to counterpick?
Yeah, you can go on Heat, you can go on Flounder, you can go on anything you want, as long as it's zones.
Wow. I'm asking this question purely, I'm asking all of this as a rhetorical tool to make sure the audience is familiar with the format of the tournament, and not because I don't know the format of this tournament very well. I know all of these things. I'm asking them so the audience can hear.
Yes, of course, the audience. You're asking for a friend.
Yeah. For the audience in chat, what game are we playing again? Yeah, but I'm excited to see what these teams pull out on this map, and I'm also excited. I want the counter picks being anything is so interesting because some maps have really interesting strategies. Like I've seen Mincemeat, for example, compared to Triggerfish in the sense of it is the zones map that is objectively bad, but it also has some really unique strategies on it. So it's honestly better than a lot of the other maps in this game. Like something like Hammerhead Bridge, where it's just kind of boring and lockouty, or like Eeltail Zones, where there's not really many unique strats on the map besides just spamming specials so you don't get locked out. I think there's some really interesting maps strategically, like Flounder Heights as well. I wouldn't say it's very good, but it also is definitely very unique in the sense where I can imagine some very interesting comps being pulled out on that map.
Yeah, and I think it really rewards having the experience, having your team. If your team has had the time to develop coordination and plans for every map, you get such a huge boost because there's so many maps, but I never play in competitive, and So it's
Yeah.
really like the team that has the extra plan, that knows that obscure map that nobody knows, and has that surprise for the other team on it, that's going to pull through. But we are going to start on a map that I'm pretty sure everybody in this lobby knows like the back of their hand, which is going to be Hagglefish.
Yep. And I do think having that team coordination and knowing what your good and bad map modes are is always going to be an advantage in these counter pick situations.
But here we go, winners finals. It's going to be best of 5 counter pick, and let's see what is on the line. Aise Tenshi not bringing any backline. They're going to have Typhlo with just the Rapid Blaster and that Inkjet. Meanwhile, Fruittella having that pencil is going to give them so much range, especially when the crab tank is deployed. Aise Tenshi is going to have a lot of trouble going forward.
Yeah, Fruittella has a very chip damage heavy comp, and Tenshi also has a fairly chip damage heavy comp, which is very interesting. It reminds me a lot of the early game meta in this game, where chip damage comps were everywhere, but it was just splashing machine. But Fruittella does have a bit of an advantage here, getting that crab tank out, getting this Stamper and Slosher both set up under those ledges, getting some nice picks up.
Yeah, and that first control by Fruittella means right now it's all on Aise Tenshi to find a way to go through that defense that Fruittella has established ahead of the zone. But Tenshi right now is really in trouble just getting out of their spawn. Finally, they are able to go forward, paint the zone, apply penalty. Fruittella has scored 50 points though.
Yes, indeed, and with Fruittella going down 2 down, just the Splash and Stamper left to defend, but also getting some nice picks up to actually save that pretty well.
Yep.
Pencil setting up here, the crab tank on the side area distracting 2 people and getting the pencil in actually was an amazing play there, and you can see that they could have had so much more control, but they just didn't. They just couldn't get it because that was just some very good placement of Fruittella, getting that value in that scrappy situation. Here comes the crab battle.
The lead goes to Tenshi, but Fruittella is still there and very close to applying penalty right now. The fight is still going though. Aise Tenshi is going to concede the zone and they have to move back now. Typhlo is going back to spawn and Fruittella has that control, but Aise Tenshi already back on the attack with a tactical. Look at that Lucky just trying to get that pick, gets punished for it right now. And Fruittella just not stopping. They're rid of the penalty right now and they're about to make some points.
Yes, indeed. And here we can see that Tenshi has 3 specials online, potentially able to retake here, popping their strikes on the crab just to get that out of the way. And then here comes the jet, and the cooler could potentially come out here as well. Lots of specials coming out from both sides, but who will use them better? Who's going to get more value? Because it's really just about how efficiently you use them, and that is going to be a zone flip for Tenshi, and they get some momentum past the zone as well, with Lucky on the Slosher absolutely going forwards and just going off, getting some crazy picks and getting their team such good control. Here you can see them just painting around the map, solidifying their control here, getting a lot of space.
A lot of space is taken right now, but Aise Tenshi has to get back from a pretty good lead by Fruittella. Not much penalty left though. If they're able to keep the zone a little bit longer, they're gonna start scoring some more points. But Fruittella getting a wipeout! Just collapsing! Instantly recognizing one weakness and collapsing all at the same time on Tenshi. And here we go, that Stamper is back on the... Oh well, that Stamper gets punished. It looks like Tenshi is going to be back on the attack very, very fast.
Wow. Yeah, that was the fastest wipe into counter wipe I've ever seen. The Splash is the last one alive and they did jump out, so that is all 4 of them going back to their spawn. That was some crazy momentum going back and forth. Fruittella got that huge wipe. Intention was like, nah, Una reverse card, we're wiping you now. But that is going to be some picks confirmed from Fruittella. And here we go, back again. This crab tank stalling them out though.
Yeah, if that crab tank is enough to keep the zone and to allow Tenshi to just keep the zone a little bit longer, they could get the lead back. But Tri-Strikes are coming onto Aise. Alwo is just stuck there. Oh, surviving for a bit longer, and I see Tenshi is going to get a bit more points. Wait, they keep the zone! And right now it's 2 versus 2. Both teams are still fighting above the zone. Fruittella applying penalty with 35 seconds left. I see Tenshi is going to need a huge push, but right now they need to regroup. They need to regroup as a team, and that's a very nice jump by the Splash. But now I see Tenshi, they have 1 push and a single push to get back in there and get that zone again.
Yes, Treasures are coming out to try to clear some space here. They have full control of court, but Fruittella's defense is going strong still. The zap going down to the Stamper is actually huge for them. And they're going to end the game here soon if Tenshi doesn't do something. And that is the something. They did the something. And that is actually going to be almost a wipe here. They need to get rid of that pencil.
Yeah, and that's trade on the zone right now. Tenshi, they need to paint. It's just lucky with the bucket. Okay, they have their players on the zone. They just need to hold a bit longer. And look at that, Fruittella taking their time, preparing, getting their specials at the ready. Crownie is going to activate the crab tank on the tent and is going to try to paint the zone with it. But I see Tenshi just resisting as much as they can, and it's 2 down on Fruittella right now. Tenshi so close to getting that overtime win, and that's just game 1. Whoa!
Jeez, this is if that's game 1, I want to see what games 3 and 4 look like. Maybe even 5. I don't know. That was crazy plays. Very good gameplay from both sides. Super back and forth. It seemed like any time they got a wipe, it was just instantly back in their face. With both teams, neither one of them was able to keep each other down. Both teams had very good offenses that game, and they were able to break through each other's holds super well. Both teams just absolutely just making the right plays. Not playing too fast, not playing too greedy, expertly breaking off all of the enemy team's holds, both of them, which led to one of the most back and forth games I've ever seen on this map.
Yeah, despite all these times one team was close to winning, both of these teams stay composed, stay calm, and kept to the plan until the very end. And in that final attack that Fruittella got, it's just like, one bomb that gets the crab tank on the side of Fruittella, and that allows the rest of Tenshi to just hold the zone just a few seconds longer. And that's game 1 going to Tenshi. Fruittella, scene number 1, gets to go with a counter pick, and we are going to go on to Crab Leg ASEC. What can you tell us about that map?
Ooh, this map is really interesting. It was very hyped up when it came out. People were like, this is the best map we've ever seen in the series. This is so good. And recently, I've seen people saying the opposite, that this map actually isn't that great. I don't think it's a bad map by any means, and I do think the hate for it is a little bit overblown. I think it's just an okay map. It has a very open mid, but pushing past mid is pretty tricky because all you really have is that great area. It's like Scorch Zones in that way, where you have the really good side areas, the really good zone, and then a really hard push through grates to actually go for a lockout. But I think the map is executed much better because making that push is a lot easier. The map is a little bit less of a bowl, and there's a lot more ways to actually push into mid once you actually have that control. So I think it isn't as bad as Scorch Zones, definitely. The zone is not as big, the mid area is actually really fun to fight in, which I think the savior of this map. But that being said, we are going into this next game here, and I'm excited to see if these guys switch up their comps at all. And it looks like they're not really going to change much. Oh wait, we're seeing a Rapid Pro!
That's a Rapid Pro deco. That's going to be key into stopping Crownie with a pencil. Why are they all named Crownie? I just realized, like, wait, I thought Crownie, what's this? Okay, they're all named Crownie. I hate you. Why don't you just name yourselves by your name, please? Anyways,
one of them is named
pencil. They get punished right now. AC Tenshi just punishing them, pushing Crownie back into their spawn, and making good points right now. And that's the advantage of having no backline. You can push so much faster. But right now, Fruittella applying penalty, getting the zone, but still stuck into their spawn. It's going to be pretty tough for them to move forward as long as LC Tenshi is able to stay there right under their ledge, they're able to really apply a lot of pressure. It's all on the slusher, and the slusher is jumping back. So now Tenshi is going to get so much control over this map.
Ooh. Yeah, Tenji has gone 2 down, and it looks like that Fruittella is in their plat. We've got Crowny on the right, pushing the zone, and Crowny on the left, fighting the splash in a 1v1. And we've got Crowny up on snipe, just getting pain on the zone. Crowny jumping in, getting a pick. 2 Crownies on the right. And they're pushing up. Then they have secured control of the zone here. One does jump out, but we do see the bucket fighting on the right side. And the Zipcaster going in, trying to get some work done as well.
And right now, Fruittella is going to have to concede the zone, though, but it's still very much a fight for mid right now. That Crab Tank activated is going to be pretty apply a lot of pressure, but Tenshi, they don't look like their mind really. They're going to bait the zone, get rid of the penalty, and score some more points.
Yes, indeed. And here we see Zap on the zone, trying to just hold some paint. Both teams are really just stalling out right now, seeing who can get special first. Because right now, getting that special out is really important. Because Tenshi can't really push up with the space that they have. Going through that grate would be way too risky. And here we see Crowny dropping with the crab. But the crab gets sharked out!
Oh wait,
they shark out the crab
20
tank.
points! They don't have the time to get back in! They have to run at the zone, and Tenshi is just going to eat them up!
Wait, but this is almost... Are they gonna get this? No, not quite. They almost neutralized the zone there to buy them some more time, but they just barely get painted over. That was almost a beautiful retake there, though. Getting the strikes out and the zip, almost neutralizing the zone when they had about 10 seconds coming out of spawn to actually reach the zone. They almost clutched that out.
This tournament has seen upset after upset, and right now Tenshi is looking to make another upset against Fruittella to go into grand finals. Fruittella, they need a reverse sweep if they want to stay as the winners. And ASEC, that is like pretty tough for them, because this Tenshi team right now, they're in their head. They have a counter to everything they're doing.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that we're seeing a Rapid Pro beat a pencil here. You don't see Rapid Pro much these days, really at all. It's a strange weapon, but I do think I can see how it would really just be good at annoying pencil. It seems like it'd just be the bane of backliners.
Yeah.
But we are seeing this next map mode, and we're seeing Mahi Zones. Definitely a more standard counterpick. This is one of the map modes of all time. One of the most divisive map modes in the entire history of Splatoon, I feel. It feels like you have people clowning on this map saying that is bad, and then you have people saying it's the best map mode in the game, period. I feel like I see both takes all the time. And it's hard to feel a consensus. I do think the consensus in general among top players is that it's a really good map. But among low level, people complain all the time.
Yeah, but low-level players complain about everything. High-level players and top-level players, they're all in full agreement. But this map is cool, allows so many different kinds of plays, and you just need to get good and learn how to play the map. And these guys, they know how to play the map, so we'll see if they are able to defeat Tenshi. Tenshi back with the normal rapid. Wanna get these inkjets for this map. I get it. Like, inkjet is very, very powerful here. And here we go. Tenshi capturing the map, getting punished for it. Though we are advancing with a fight, and it looks like Crowny is activating the crab tank and establishing a lot of control for Fruittella.
Yes, indeed, and here we see that cooler coming out with Tenshi trying to get a little bit of space here, but Fruittella's lockout is rock solid, and they just can't break through right now. They really need something to try to get through, and they just aren't finding it right now. Though the water level has dropped, which is going to give them a little bit more space to actually retake here. And with the slosher going down on Fruittella and the tri-strikes coming out, this looks like it's going to be their chance for a retake.
A retake is coming indeed, but Fruittella is not out of the picture yet. Tenshi still has to really push them away, and it looks like it's working for them. IC Tenshi has full control of mid, and it's Fruittella's turn to find a way in. And they have to dodge a blaster before they do that.
Yeah, and here comes the Crab Tank and the Tri-Strikes coming out. This might be enough to cap the zone by itself, but no. We actually see Rice on the Zap, just contesting the specials really well. And with the Splash coming out as well, with the Crab, Fruittella has capped the zone, but this might not be a good retake. It might just go right back, but no, maybe not.
Ooh. We are not done yet, and we see a bit of banter on the side of Tenshi. Tenshi able to push Fruittella away, but Fruittella getting 2 picks again. That Slusher has gotten so much for Fruittella. Fruittella keeps the zone, keeps the lead, and right now it's Tenshi's turn to find a way in, to find a push going.
Yeah, and they do have a Crab Tank and an Inkjet lined up, and it does look like both of them are going to come out, just banking for something really solid to happen here. We see this Crab Tank coming out, though, in response as a really good defense, denying them any space from that special, but here comes the Tri-Strike, which is going to say a little bit more to the zone, because you can't use a Crab Tank to stop a Tri-Strike. But, ooh, the Slasher trying to get a pick on the Splash, but going down, Splash getting 2! Very good play here, and the Splash is going to go down, though.
Yeah. The Crownies are in control right now. And yeah.
Yeah, but maybe not for long, because Tenshi is trying to find its way back in yet again. This game has been super back and forth, just retake after retake after retake. Neither team has been able to get a super successful holdout. And here we do see Fruittella has gone 2 down, 3 down, and it is just the pencil. Pencil backing up into their spawn. This is the push that Tenshi needs. This is the lockout opportunity that you really are looking for on this map.
This is where Tenshi needs to keep Fruittella away. They don't have that much penalty to get rid of in the first place, because as you said, it's been so back and forth. But right now, I see Tenshi getting 2 down onto Fruittella, and Crowny with a bucket is going to go back to spawn. I see Tenshi is going to get the lead back, and right now Fruittella needs to create a monster push if they want to stop that zone from ticking, because there's just 17 points left and they're able to neutralize, but that's not enough. They need more paint on the zone right now. I said that she's keeping the Isaac. Wait.
Yeah, this is really insane. This hold is absolutely incredible. But we are seeing it finally break. Push all the way down to 5, but then wiping out. Now it's Fruittella's turn. Now it is the Crownies' turn to actually push up and get some space here, get this lockout. These people really want to set up under this ledge. There's a bunch of places to set up like this on the map, but the Rapid Blaster is also very good at countering it. It's a very punishable position sitting under the ledge there. And here we do see both of the main aggressive players on Tenshi, or on Fruittella going down, but this Crab Tank, a wonderful stall, getting them back in. This is actually really huge here. There's 5 points left on the clock, and that is going to be the zone going to neutral. They need to cap it here, or that's game. And here comes the Strike. Certifying that cap, and they have to get some momentum off of this.
And right now, I say Tenshi is back, needing another comeback. Just 2 points away, but with that amount of penalty, it's going to be a tough one. There's just 20 seconds left, so if Fruittella is able to apply penalty again, they're pretty much guaranteed to get this game. But IC Tenshi is in control, and now it's just 10 points to get rid on that penalty. And with just a few seconds left, IC Tenshi, they just need to paint, and they get that lead in the nick of time, and they get that KO.
Wonderful game. That was insane. These games are so back and forth for zones. These teams are so evenly matched. Their comps are playing so well into each other. This is a crazy set. Just really amazing plays from both teams here.
Amazing plays, but like you have to give it to IC Tenshi getting a clean 3-0 against seed number 1. That's how you get into grand finals of this Triton Cup 69.
Yeah, it was the gameplay. The gameplay for both these teams was just so nice. Everyone coordinating really well, breaking each other's holds like nothing. The games were so back and forth, and it was so down to the wire that they won in overtime with a push down to 2. That was insane. Because the score was 3-5 with 40 seconds left. That is just super high stakes, and especially in the last game of winners finals.
Mhm.
Absolutely
That-
wonderful gameplay from both of these teams.
That was a pretty close 3-0, but that was still a 3-0. ASC Tenshi is going to advance on to Grand Finals. Meanwhile, ASECT, Fruittella, and us, we are going to go on to Losers Bracket to see all the other teams that are going to vie to get the revenge and get back into this tournament. But first, we're going to go to a very, very short break so we can prepare that.
Yep. Don't go anywhere.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
And we are back with Triton Cup 69, nice edition. We are now in losers bracket, in losers semifinals, and we're going to see Mantis Shrimp versus Catnip going at each other to decide who goes to go against Fruittella into losers finals. It's going to be just the best of 3 on these 3 maps, and we're going to start with Bluefin Dapple. I'm Pat here with Asect. Asect, are you ready to watch some more games?
I'm ready to watch some more games, but I'm not sure if I'm mentally prepared for Bluefin Zones. This is one of the map modes of all time, I think. It's super gimmicky. The elevators and stuff are really cool. The zone moving is the coolest gimmick they've ever put into a map. But also, there's nowhere to push, it feels. Because for the push options, you have a wall and a really slow elevator, and a flank really slow elevator and a flank wall, and those are the only ways to get to plat. And then you also have to do a weird jump. So actually getting up is really tricky. So the map is a bit of a ball, and retake can be kind of awkward on it as well. It's really interesting though. I think I don't know. Like I can imagine some really weird strategies being ran on this map, but I don't know what they would be.
Yeah, honestly, Asect, every time I play this map, whatever the mode, I really have trouble going around the map and doing what I want to do. So I can't wait to watch high-level players go at it and show me how it's done, because, yeah, I don't know how this map works. It's like, yeah, show us, please show us how you play this.
If I had the power to make a prediction in the stream, I would make a prediction of whether or not we see someone fall into the water. I think we will. I think we'll see someone fall off the map. This map is...
It's a possibility.
Because sometimes you'll
happen.
go for a jump. Sometimes you'll just go for a jump and then the zone will just, okay, bye, and they'll just move out of the way, and you'll fall into the water. There's the grate underneath, like the weird water pit underneath the plat that's really easy to just ploop into. It's... There's like 10 opportunities to fall into the water in every single part on this map.
It's the map where you can trap and kill your friends just by painting the zone on the other. Like your friends don't there, you're painting the zone, and then you hear your friend cursing, and that was your fault. You just threw them in the water without realizing.
Yep. It's truly the map of all time.
Yeah.
It'll at least make for an interesting game, though.
An interesting game indeed, and here we go. On the side of these two teams, Catnip bringing the E-liter to have that range. Meanwhile, I believe... I'm so bad with them. Mantis Shrimp? I think Mantis Shrimp is in yellow, yeah. Not bringing any backline and already losing the splash to the fire of Catnip.
Oh, okay. That's an opening.
The opening Zuka just giving everything to Mantis Shrimp, and right now Mantis Shrimp looking to just keep Catnip away, but Catnip not wasting any time, already answering with splats of their own and getting out the zone. The zone is going to go neutral, zone is going to go pink or purple, I never know.
This leader is hitting some nice shots, but here comes the Zuka coming out, but it doesn't really find anything. It almost finds the try, but the duel goes down to, I think, another Zuka? Because they are running double Zuka here, which I think is actually pretty good, just because retake on this map is weird. It's weird. This map is so weird.
It's weird that like we can see really, as you said, that dynamic developing of using these long range specials to apply as much pressure from a distance as they can. And meanwhile, Mantis Shrimp back in control, applying that control onto the zone, and right now, and Fifgen trying to get the crab tank that gets punished right away. It looks like Mantis Shrimp is in a good spot. They could keep that zone, get the lead, and now they can push Catnip away.
Yes, indeed. And we're seeing the dueling dodge rolling in, trying to. They actually do get a trade out, and that amount of chaos actually does wipe Mantis Shrimp. The Zap has just jumped out. That's an effective wipe. So I don't know what we're gonna see. I can't predict what's gonna happen on this map.
Yeah, now it's all on Catnip to establish that control to keep things really tight, and the Mantis Shrimp struggling to get away in. They're waiting for the special. Probably they have a Zuka at the ready, and that Zuka is going to come. Crab Tank is going to follow, and right now Mantis Shrimp at least neutralizing the zone, getting forward, applying penalty. Potato has to move back with the Eliter. Ooh,
Yeah,
wait,
but we are seeing.
Wait.
Oh, okay. That was. I think that went down. I think that came down to a 1v1 there. If the
Yeah.
Splatashot had killed that try, then that would have been control for the other team. The 1v1s like that are definitely really cool. Oh, the machine actually catching someone out on the flank with the point sensor. I could definitely see the utility just spamming a bunch of point sensors on this map, because there are a lot of flank routes, but the flank routes are also fairly punishable on this map.
Punishable, but look at that. 5th gen can just stay there, and not if they don't ignore them, the rest of their team can just keep control of the zone. And right now, Catnip is keeping control of the zone, indeed, getting an extra peek. And Mantis Shrimp is fully back into the spawn, and they're going to need to run out the zone very fast if they want to keep themselves alive in that game 1.
Yeah, the Suzuka needs to get something here. Oh, they've actually capped the zone. And that's going to be Catnip also going 2 down, 4 down. And that's going to be a wipeout.
In the nick of time, Mantis Shrimp is able to get in there, and Mickey Minaj is, with the slusher, able to at least threaten up there, but neither team is really able to get up on that platform and get any splats. It's really fighting around the zone and trying to stay around the zone and keeping that zone as long as can be. Right now, Catnip is attacking hard and looking to apply penalty before Mantis Shrimp can really get much, and we have full LDE active right now, and both teams are pretty deep, but Catnip, 45 seconds left, they just need to hold the zone a little bit longer.
Yeah, Mantis Shrimp really needs to pull something out here, because they have 30 seconds to cap the zone, but they also are going to go into overtime, so they need to absolutely push Catnip out of the zone and just completely wipe them. They need something really huge here, and I think the Zuka coming out might potentially be the key. The Zuka has to get picks here. Oh, but nothing!
They're not finding picks. Now you have to paint. It's just about painting,
Ooh.
and Mantis Shrimp is able to paint. They have having 3 shooters in that team is so good for them, but right now it's all about getting a monster overtime lead. They get the capture just in the nick of time, but now they're surrounding and they're wiped. Catnip gets that game number 1.
That was... This map is just so weird. It's hard to tell what's going to happen on this map because, on one hand, neither team really pushed up that game. You kind of just sit around the zone and just chuck bombs and stuff, and then on the retake you also just kind of chuck bombs. But also, the fact that there's like that massive flank route on the right side, there's so many, or on the left side, my bad. Though it depends on what angle you're looking at it from. It's just a weird map. Because it feels like nobody moves, and it also feels like there's some crazy flank routes. Wait a second. It's Flounder Heights. It's Flounder Heights. It's a map where you just hold in mid, but there's also some crazy flank routes, but also you don't push up.
Except holding mid is hard. No, it's not Flounder Heights. It has nothing to do. It's the opposite of Flounder Heights.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I think it has a similar vibe, though. Maybe not. Maybe it's kind of like Crab-like. I think
forward. Like, having the zone on Flounder is so powerful for your team. Here, it's really you have to hold the line on the zone. Anyways, we are now going to Hagglefish Market. Much more classic map. You're gonna stop complaining now a sec, and we can be happy watching the game. Huh?
I'm not complaining. I'm merely stating the fact that the map is weird. But yeah, I'm excited to... We're gonna see a more normal map. I can feel myself losing brain cells. Yeah, I'm interested to see how these comps are gonna change, because it feels like to me that this team is, or that map is very gimmicky with its comps. In a similar way to like Flounder, Mincemeat, the comps that you run on that map are not standard at all. The strats that you run at that map are not standard at all. It's weird. So I'm interested to see if these teams change up their comps for Hagglefish, or if they keep what they're going with.
I think we could see a lot of different things, and what I think as well is even the Mantis Shrimp right now, they need to win the next 2 games. The next 2 maps, they're not the same, but they have kind of similar geometry of wide open spaces, of really establishing your backline, keeping your ground, establishing a line, which was very different than when we saw on Bluefin. So if like the team that wins this game, I think is much more likely to win the next one, if there is a next one.
Yeah, but I do think I think the main difference between Hagglefish and Hammerhead is just the spawn area. The spawn area on Hammerhead is not good. And I think mid on both maps is actually about the same caliber. I think mid on Hammerhead is actually pretty good. I think it's just the lockout once you move past mid is really bad.
Yeah, it's kind of
unlike
like
Hagglefish.
Thanks, but right now Catnip opening a pretty strong, getting the zone and forcing lots of things, and Mantis Shrimp getting a trade up there. I'm losing my words right now. But yeah, 3 versus 2. Both of these teams are just fighting hard for zone, but it looks like Catnip has at least a strong hold. And with the Eliter in position, it's going to be on Mantis Shrimp to wait for specials so they can go forward.
Yeah, and here we can see that leader preemptively backing up, predicting the Zuka, so they don't get picked off by it. And we're actually seeing the duelie here really doing some good stalling on the bottom right side of the map. But here comes the Kraken, trying to push that leader out. No, that's actually a Strike Slasher. Oh, Crab Tank off the side of the map again. They didn't clear this duelie.
That's a very nice Crab Tank, and that's going to allow the rest of Catnip to just capture the zone, go forward, and look at that 2 down on Mantis Shrimp. Catnip is just establishing their control, and Mantis Shrimp hasn't done much in that game so far. Look at that! 3 players from Catnip deep into Mantis Shrimp territory, not minding, and Potato on that tent is so dangerous.
You know it's bad when the leader is on your own tent. But here comes the Zuka out, pushing the leader back into mid. Kraken as well, trying to get the pick on the leader. That was a beautiful play. The Zuka forcing the leader off the tent, and then the Kraken following up, getting the pick. Crab Tank coming out from Catnip, trying to get some control here. Crab Tank coming in from behind them is absolutely unhinged.
What was that? But hey, Mantis Shrimp gets the zone, and that backline, that behind you Crab didn't work for Catnip as they hoped for. Right now Catnip has to be on the attack again. Mantis Shrimp is scoring points right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of fights happening in mid right now. Especially with the Tactical coming out, we're going to see something big happen here. And all of Mantis Shrimp is kind of clumped up on one side with the Crab Tank on the other. Leader trying to get some shots off on the Crab Tank, trying to get that pick, but not getting too greedy with it. But this duelie on the side of the map, still doing some incredible fighting, incredible stalling, being absolutely impossible to get rid of, even with the Zuka.
Yeah,
but they do go down here.
Yeah, punished, but right now it's 2 versus 2. Both teams are just fighting for control of the zone, though the painting power is still on the side of Mantis Shrimp. Mantis Shrimp is going to be able to get the zone back. They don't have any penalty left. With 2 minutes left, this could be their opportunity to get that lead, but 5th Gen activating the Crab Tank and now pushing through the zone. That's going to be a very tough, but wait, they didn't apply penalty again! And Yoshi is just staying alive in there and activating a Crab Tank on there. Oh, it's 3 down! It's 3 down, it's a delayed wipe!
It's just this duelie left, and all 4 people shooting at the duelie at once. There's no way you survive that. And I believe, unless a miracle happens, that is going to be game 2 for Mantis Shrimp.
Mantis Shrimp, they were dominated at the start of that game, but these last minutes was all of them, was so good for them, and they really got that control. They managed to pull through, and now we are going to a game 3, a final game. The team that wins goes into losers finals. The team that loses goes home with nothing.
Yeah, this is hype. Game 3s and loser semifinals, or losers bracket in general, is always some of the most intense games you have in your tournament. Because on one hand, you have the winners finals, unlike the grand finals. Those are really intense. But the losers finals, you're not playing to win, you're playing to stay in. You have to. It's life or death. It's if you want to stay in the tournament, you gotta win these games, and if you don't win these games, you're out. So it's really tense, and it can be even more tense than like even winners brackets, which you don't see that a lot. You're gonna end up in losers bracket a lot more than you're gonna end up in these late game winners brackets. And so just the feeling here, the feeling you get in your chest when you're in this situation, it's just something that almost every single player knows. If you've been in a situation like this before, it's tense. So we're gonna have to see if they can conquer their mental and actually get this dub here. As you said, Hammerhead is a very similar map to Hagglefish in a lot of ways. And given that it was so dominant for Mantis Shrimp that game, Catnip's gotta be on their they've gotta be on their toes a little bit here. They've gotta be sweating.
Oh yeah. And I think what really gave the game to Mantis Shrimp is Catnip, they were all over the place. They pulled the crab tank to the side of them, they pulled the crab tank behind them at some point. They were all around Mantis Shrimp. Mantis Shrimp, they were painting the zone. They had more paint in their comps, and they were painting the zone. And it was these few points that really gave it. And look at that, quad shooters for Mantis Shrimp right now. They want that paint. That being said, this map is pretty good for a good eliter. For an eliter of a caliber of Potato, it's a very dangerous map. So it's all on Mantis Shrimp to find a way to stop Potato, and these Inkwall are going to be very good for that.
Yeah, and here comes the crab tank coming out, going to get some pretty good pressure here. Actually forcing back Catnip a little more than you'd expect right now. The Tri-Slasher getting a trade off, but it is just that E-leader left to kind of defend here. And the leader does actually get a pick on that 96. This is why quad shooter can be so rough sometimes, because you go against a good leader, you go against a good slosher, there's not many tools you have to get rid of it, because all you have is shooters.
Ooh, they don't know.
Ooh, they don't know.
They don't know, and now they know! Yoshi's just, getting punished! What reaction by 5th Gen right now, saving the crab, and Catnip just getting that zones back after such a bad start. Now they are in full control, and it's their turn to defend the zone. Mantis Shrimp, they're gonna wait for special and prepare the push. The Tacticular is already ready. That's going to allow them to take a bit more risk as they farm, as they try to advance. And look at that, 96 already punished, but Yoshi's punished too! Ooh!
Yeah, this Zuka coming out though is gonna be pretty huge. What? With that dodge? What? This crab tank is in the Matrix! That was insane! And here we see the Kraken chasing two people. And that is going to be control for Mantis Shrimp. And that's going to be a slight advantage for them as well in terms of numbers. We're going to have to see if they can capitalize off of this, or if they do end up going down here. And that is going to be a fairly big stagger for them, especially right after getting control of the zone. Someone going down there is not the situation you want to see it. Crab Tank going for the melee, I think. A lot of things going on right now. This Dooley absolutely going behind, but getting caught out by the zap. And more paint is coming out on the zone. But the Slosher is here. They don't know.
Slosher attacking. They knew, I think. And right now, Mantis Shrimp trying to get back in that game, but Catnip already painting the zone, keeping that lead. We're halfway through the game. A second. These two teams are just 4 points away from each other. It's really going to be decided by that extra push. And right now, Catnip, they're struggling to get in. Potato is in a very, very dangerous situation with the Editor right now. Ooh,
yeah, and that...
Never mind.
Never
mind.
That is not good. You do not want to be locked out by an E-leader on this map. You don't have as broken of positions as you have on Hagglefish for the leader. And actually, the leader got picked out by the 96. That's huge. That's actually Catnip's, or that's Mantis Shrimp's chance to push back in. You see that leader goes down, and everyone on the other team falls back. Because that leader staying alive was so important, and that pick was so massive. But will they be able to actually capitalize off of that pick, though?
It doesn't look like it. Catnip are rid of their penalty and they're still scoring points. They're just keeping Mantis Shrimp away. Again, Mantis Shrimp, they have so much painting power in their team. Catnip needs to take the picks if they want to keep the zone right now. And Nicki Minaj using the Kraken onto the zone is going to, oh wait, not get that much. The rest of the team is really struggling. Asek
Oh,
right
that cap
now,
is huge.
how? Yeah. That's a huge cap indeed.
Yeah,
But-
we see that leader almost had a chance to cap that jump, but they couldn't quite get the shot off. And the Wavebreaker is actually just going to be shredded by Dat Kid on the splatter shot. And they're going to have to see what happens here, because this is a really interesting setup that Mantis Strip has. But the Crab Tank is coming up, which is going to disrupt their setup, to say the least. Especially with Bazooka as well. But they just popped 2 specials, and they've gone 1 down. This has gone horribly wrong for them, but they're
Yes,
still fighting here,
just-
still
and
trying
they
to...
get the lead! Mantis Shrimp gets the lead and they still have the zone. Again, Catnip, they need to get numbers advantage before they can push the zone, before they can take back that control. And with just 40 seconds, they sacked. They need a huge comeback. They need to hold
Ooh.
that zone.
Here comes the Kraken coming out, going to try to get a pick on the Zuka here.
Ooh.
But the Zuka, are they going to dodge it? Oh, they dodged it! And this
And
96
it's
is
just-
now in a very
just
vulnerable
them.
spot. They're the last one alive!
Them. Ooh,
This
that's
is
a
not
delay.
looking good for Mantis Strip. This
Yeah.
is definitely a lead swap here. Now now the tables have turned. Mantis Strip is now having to fight to take control of the zone, or else they're out of the tournament for good. And there's not much time left here. Crab Tank almost comes out, but the leader gets the shot out! And that's gonna be game!
That is game and set for Catnip. Catnip advances, stays alive in this tournament. They're going to go to face Fruittella seed number 1 in order to get their spot into grand finals. That was such a close set between these two teams. That was,
Yeah.
every game was back and forth, and I wish this was a best of 5.
These games have been so back and forth for like the entire time we've been commentating here. Absolutely wonderful gameplay from every single team we've seen. I can't even talk. My tongue is getting twisted here. But I don't know, just every single team here has a very distinct, very different playstyle, and they're all going up against each other. And it's just absolutely just having the most even games, the most back and forth games I've ever seen. This is crazy. This tournament has been stacked so far. I'm
Yep.
just excited to see what comes next. If this is losers semifinals, winners finals, it's sure to be hype.
You mean grand finals? Because we've
Yes,
seen
grand
winners finals and it was
One of these days. One of these days.
You're
I'll
kidding,
learn
man.
how to
You're
double a limb works. But I do believe we are going on a short break here right after we check out these
Yep.
brackets. These are just really interesting. You can see Fruittella is going to be fighting Catnip, and that's the team we saw on the first match of us commentating here.
Yep.
It's just, yeah, you can see that they lost versus Tenshi. Tenshi is now waiting to see who's going to fight them. So we're going to see who wins, Fruittella versus Catnip. If this game is close, then the next one is bound to be close as well.
Yep. And
I'm just, yeah, I'm excited to see. But we are going to be going on a very short break while we wait for the next set to come up. So don't go anywhere, because we are going to be right back with another hype set, hopefully.
And welcome back. This is now losers final. Scene number 1 versus scene number 2. It's Fruittella versus Catnip. The new team versus the old pickup of these players. I am Pat here with Asect, and we are ready. We are back into best of 5 territory. We are back into counterpick territory. We're going to start on Museum. Museum is pretty classic of zones. Very, very good if you have a good range. And we've seen Catnip with their Elite. I'm pretty sure Fruittella has a good pencil. That pencil could struggle against the Elite, to be honest. I mean, unless that they switch to something else, this could be to the advantage of Catnip. Asect?
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing this. Both of these teams have had super close games so far. And I just want to see how these teams will fight against each other, because we've seen both of these teams at their absolute best doing some really good work. And I just want to know, if they fight each other, is this also going to be an even set? Is the tournament this close? Are there this many teams that are so evenly matched here?
Well,
I'm interested. I want to see.
We're about to know. And it looks like Fruittella is ditching the pencil, going full no backline. Catnip, Potato sticking to the Elite, of course, and that's going to be the fight. Fruittella not wasting any time, already harassing to the side, trying to get this action thanks to the bucket. And that's going to give them a lot of paint on the zone, but it doesn't look like there is any control going for any team right now. Ooh. Never mind, we're getting something going with Bazooka, but not that much.
Oh, okay. There we go. Zuka. I do think it's worth noting that Fruittella has lost 2 crownies, so we're gonna have to see if that affects their strategy. They've swapped it. They've swapped 2 of the crownies down for. I can't quite tell who the names are. Yeah, Punch.
Slurp and Punch.
And Slurp and Punch. So they have some sort of Fruit Punch vibe going on now instead of the crownies. But we are seeing a lot of. We're seeing a lot here. Slosh is pressuring the E-leader just a little bit here. Stamper coming out, just pressuring that ledge as well. Very strong position for Stamper there, sitting under that. One of the best positions to just spam vertical flicks over the ledge in the game. But we are seeing some very good plays here. Both teams going 1 down, but the zone is still neutral here.
Not neutral, neutral. It's still for Fruittella right now. Catnip hasn't really touched the zone much, and Fruittella is staying in full control right now. Catnip, they need this next push to really work their way, otherwise Fruittella is just going to get 100-0 right there, right now, and what a statement.
Yeah, that was very... really different from the games we've been seeing. All of the games we've been seeing before have been very back and forth, but this was very dominant in terms of which team was actually getting the work done. And yeah, it's just cool to see kind of the difference there between when this team can really get their stuff down, they can get that lockout really well. Because as we've seen, Fruittella is very good at clearing people's holds. They're very good at actually getting that retake out. And that's something that we saw them able to do really well, because Catnip couldn't get a single successful hold, period, throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it really was Fruittella minding the zone, keeping their head on the zone, and Catnip were able to get a few picks, to get a few fights, but it was always too little too late, a bit too far away from the zone, and Fruittella kept control of the dynamic of that game. Catnip not wasting any time, going to the good Elite map and going to Crab Leg.
Yes, indeed. We've seen this map before, and I'm interested to see how the teams will play differently this match. Because we've seen Fruittella play on this before, and they were very good at kind of just holding that space around the zone and getting those picks. They were playing the map really well.
No, they got their ass destroyed on this map.
Did they? Am I misremembering?
Yeah, they lost on this map. Tenshi just beat them. Fruittella counterpicked this map against Tenshi because Fruittella had the backline advantage. They had the pencil. And
clearly I'm just making things up then.
And they still lost. And now Catnip is bringing this map because they have the Elite against Fruittella, and now Fruittella they bring the pencil back though. They're bringing back that same comp, so we'll see if it fares better against Catnip than it did against Tenshi.
Yeah, the leader versus the pencil. We're gonna see who can aim better. Because the matchup is really interesting. Leader versus pencil is a lot about it. Okay, I said it was about aim, but it's mostly about positioning because leader does have that little touch of range on pencil. Just a little bit of space to actually get the pencil without being in danger. But we are seeing this crab tank coming out from Catnip here. Gonna potentially cap the zone here, but no, not quite. But the dually is on the bottom right, getting a lot of work done here. Getting a huge amount of stall, letting the rest of the team just focus on that zone there. And that Zuka coming out is going to be really massive. Getting that pick there is huge.
Yeah, it took a lot of effort by Catnip, but finally they are able to get that zone. But Fruittella not wasting any time, already back on the attack, gets punished by the Tri-Slasher. Gus just stopping things there, and right there getting another Catnip. Finally, not only do they have the zone, they have that control over mid, and they're going to be able to put Potato in there in control and get it.
Yeah, and we're seeing Fruittella trying to get a little bit of control of top left here, though that leader is like getting a lot of good pressure out there, so it's going to be really hard for them to actually exist on those grates. So they really do need to do something to clear that leader, and this Stamper is doing exactly what they need right now, getting this leader to just move. And the leader has actually gone down too.
Yeah, and 3 down onto Catnip. Catnip has gotten the lead, but right now Fruittella is getting that control back. 5th gen is going to have to move back. Oh, very, very nice pick on the Stamper. And Fruittella going one after the other onto 5th gen. No, 5th gen is going to have to move back there. And Fruittella, at least they keep that control, but Catnip is back around the zone.
Yeah, and we're seeing the leader trying to get a pick on pencil, but not quite having the range and getting forced out by the rest of the teammates. Ooh, but there's the pick. Very good snipe there. And that respawn punisher is going to be very rough for the pencil, because that's not only going to lengthen the respawn, but also it's going to kill the amount of special that they had. So that's going to set Fruittella back with their tactical output. Or, Fruittella. I'm getting the team. The teams are swapping back and forth so fast here. My brain is fried from these sets. These sets have been so close.
This has been very close indeed right now. And Catnip, they don't have any penalty anymore, and they have 5th gen deep into that territory, looking to just stop Fruittella from spawning right there. 5th gen just painting for Crab Tank, looking to establish a bit more slurp with the Slusher. He is not going to be able to do much on the zone right there. They get stopped. And Fruittella, they need to paint the zone thanks to the pencil and the Crab Tank. At least they are able to flip the zone, apply penalty, breathe a little bit in that game.
For sure. This team, Catnip on retake, is going to struggle just a little bit here, I think, because the specials that they have to actually retake here are not fantastic. They have the Zuka and they have the Crab Tank, but they're missing that 4th special here. The Wavebreaker is not that, it doesn't have that much value for them, but they are going to get a lot of value off of this crab. Catnip going 2 down, but they did have cooler up, so Catnip needs to act quickly here, or else the zone is going to flip, and potentially they're going to get KO'd here.
Fruittella just keeping that control a little bit longer. 5th gen gets punished on the zone, and Catnip are going to need to paint the zone right here, right now. They don't have the time. Fruittella takes game 2 and are 1 game away from grand finals again.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens here. Because we could see a reverse sweep. At this point, Catnip has their back against the wall, but that game was a lot better than the first one. And if they can keep up the momentum like that, then they might be able to take this set. It's not likely, but they might be able to pull it off here. So I wouldn't count it out. And if Fruittella does take this, then we are going to see them fighting the same team that they fought in winners finals as well.
Yep.
And we're going to have to see, because those games were all super close. Very back and forth. So we're going to have to see if they can get that little bit more to actually get this pick. Or get the win, not the pick.
Yeah, it feels like Catnip was so close, was in the lead for so much of that game. It's just that Fruittella, once they were able to, as you said, re-establish their pencil and their tactical output, they were able to turn the tide, get some momentum, and get going. And right now, Fruittella, keeping with the Elite theme, is going to Brainwater Springs.
We're gonna see some very, very interesting E-Leader gameplay here of sitting in one spot. This map is really interesting. It's super tiny. If I'm not mistaken, it's the smallest map in the entire series. I can't think of anything that would be smaller. Its mid is smaller than average. It just has 2 ramps, and then that's the map. It's just mid and then 2 ramps and then 2 little side areas. It's like if it's almost like Hagglefish, but if you took out the court. I've got to stop making these map comparisons. I can't stop doing it.
You have stop. But yeah, here we go. Both the Elite and the Pencil come back. Both teams have a crab tank back. Like there is not much surprise in terms of composition, and both teams are gonna stop. I don't know.
How did the leader die?
The leader died. Like having good bomb. Or
I think it was the Stamper. Because the Stamper does have the range to actually contest backlines if they get sloppy. And here we're seeing a lot of pressure for Catnip here.
Yeah, but that Elite got a shot on the pencil right there. And all of Fruittella is down right now. It's going to be Catnip pushing forward and Twig looking to paint the elbow for the other team, looking to maybe go forward, but Fruittella is already back on the defense. I think they had the tactical at the ready at least.
And the Stamper going down to the crab tank. Another crab tank coming out though from the other side is going to force Catnip back just a little bit, and it does look like that they have lost control of the zone here, even without going down too much. And now we're seeing their spawns almost swap here a little bit, with people going all over the map here. Because with the mid being so small, you can just move across it really quickly. So you need to have really good control, really good establishment of your area, and really good punishing if someone disrespects your control, or else it's super easy for the enemy to just take a really weird angle on you.
And it looks like right now Catnip is able to apply a penalty onto Fruittella. He is able to keep that team fight in there, but it's just Potato getting a few jumps right there. Oh, that punish on the Zcaster is very, very important. That's going to allow all of Catnip to really regroup and push forward with 2 down onto Fruittella. That's very, very nice for them. Finally, they're able to get that control of the zone, make some points, and push Fruittella away!
That Sniper going down there is really bad for Fruittella here. Staggering when you're already not in control of the zone is really bad, and that Slosher going down is just going to extend their stagger. Their entire team now has to wait for that Slosher to come back up before they fight, but they actually do get a pick out on that dually though. And the crab tank comes out getting a pick on the try as well. That looks like they are going to be able to push back into mid here.
It looks like Fruittella is back into control. That Stamper is having a bad day. That Stamper. Oh! That Tri-Slusher Gus getting the double, getting the triple in a trade. That is so good. Catnip is going to just get the zone up for that, unless Slurp is able to stop all that with a Tri-Strike and a good Slusher.
Yeah, that Catnip just got 3 down and they didn't catch the zone at all. And then now Fruittella is already back up and trading them out. Absolutely wonderful defense from this team.
Yep.
Like, you know you have good defense when you can go 3 down without losing control of the zone. But we are going to see this leader trying to contest something here, seeing if they can get a pick out on the pencil or another player even. But it looks like we're not actually going to see any picks from the leader right now. We are going to see some decent control coming out from Catnip though, but this Stamper coming out is going to be very good at disrupting this hold here.
Yep.
Oh, and
Ooh! Oh! In the nick
through the
time.
floor! In the nick of time, through the floor! Getting the one shot from the leader, clipping up through the ground. This special is crazy.
It's crazy, but Catnip applies penalty again. It's been so back and forth, and right now both of these teams have taken the zone so much neither team has much penalty right now, and if Catnip is able to hold Fruittella a bit longer into their spawn, they'll be able to have a game on the board right now. It's just that Stamper left standing for Fruittella, and they have to wait for the rest of the team. They have to make good use of that Zipcaster. That Zipcaster is going to come, but Catnip, they only have like 15 points away from a KO, and all of Fruittella has to collapse onto the zone, paint it as fast as they can. They apply penalty, but Catnip is still in the game. Fifth-gen looking to get a bit more, and the zone is back into yellow.
Yeah, that Zipcaster chasing that leader all the way pretty much back into their spawn was integral for that push to come out, because dropping the leader's pressure for that long was absolutely critical in letting the rest of their team come back in. And getting a couple more picks here is going to let them get back into the zone as well. Trashshot coming out is going to open things up as well. Capping the zone at the very least, but they need to get this crab tank out. They need to clear Catnip, because this is overtime. The zone isn't that big. If you don't absolutely clear the team, then they can just force cap. But that is going to be 2 down for Catnip, so it's looking pretty good for Fruittella here. It's not looking impossible for them to actually win the game off this, especially with the sniper setting up under that ledge, getting a pick. Zipcaster coming out, going to try to distract some of the team, just stalling for time, because that's what they need right now. All they need is time. But that Zuka coming out, getting a pick. 15, 14, 13. The lead didn't swap. That was an insane clutch there.
Catnip staying alive, and one single point deciding the game. What a game for Catnip. Catnip managing to take a game off of Fruittella. But
that was insane.
That was so great. And Gus getting that triple there really gave... That's where, on these kinds of play, that Catnip really managed to get that lead. That lead that got so slim, that was so tough to keep. And that Stamper... getting like, it's these picks that really decide the game. It's these few picks that decide what team is going to get control of the zone and what team is going to have to concede to let some point. And Fruittella almost got such a crazy comeback there.
Like, I think just this hold at the end there, the splash going down there was critical for this win here. Because they just didn't have the paint after that splash went down. Both the splash and the pencil, their main paint on that comp. After that, it was just a matter of painting the zone before the rest of the team could rotate backwards to stop them. Amazing gameplay from both teams here. This is crazy.
Amazing indeed. But right now, Asect, we are going on to Fruitella's counter pick. And that's a tough thing for Catnip right now. They need a reverse sweep. They need to do it on Fruitella's counter pick. And Fruittella, they're not going to go for a good Elite map, because Fruittella, they like going no backline. They're fine not having a backline. So they're going to go to something as awkward as can be for Potato there.
Yeah, most awkward leader map. Wait, hey, I'm thinking of their comps here. Yeah,
Flounder?
no, I'm thinking Flounder. Are they gonna pick Flounder? I wouldn't be surprised if they pull that out. Maybe.
I wouldn't go Flounder against Gus though.
Yeah.
There's good slosher quality on the side of Catnip.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of... If not Flounder, I'm trying to think of just the really bad leader maps. Maybe something like... maybe Robo Zones, honestly. I can see that being really good.
I'd like to see Mako, to be honest.
Oh,
Lots
yeah.
of, elevations, stuff that can happen.
Even Manta, I can see.
Oh,
they're gonna have to think really hard about this. Oh, are we seeing?
It's Flounder.
It's Flounder. Flounder Heights.
It's Flounder Heights. We'll see. It's going to be a tough one.
They just need to focus all of the bombs in the world at Gus, and that is how you win against this team. Because their leader is just going to be out of luck for what to pick here. This is a very interesting map for both. Very interesting map for both of these teams.
I can't imagine Potato switching weapon there, but I feel like this is the kind of map where that's not going to be decided by one fight, but that's going to be decided by one retake. It's like the team that takes the top mid at first, that's able to push the other team back into their spawn, has such a huge advantage, because this is not a map that goes back and forth. This is a map that stays put, where one team has the advantage and keeps it. So if you're able to take the control, you have a huge advantage. And if you're able to take a retake, then it's on the other team to get the retake. And I've almost never seen both teams able to take the retake on the other. So the team that's able to retake on the other wins the game, usually.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting here. The first fight matters so much, because whichever team gets control first is kind of dealing the hand of like, okay, you're up first to retake because one player died on your team.
And here we go, 0 backline. This is going to be such a complete change of the dynamic between these two teams. These two teams were in the Elita versus Pencil fight, of the taking that position and maintaining it with like securing our backline. Right now, both teams are getting no backline, an all-out fight. It's 2 down on each side, and it's still going. Both teams are just trying to get pick after pick after pick and super jumping in, and it looks like Fruittella is getting the first fight and the first control.
Oh, and that's still continuing to get picks here. And this crab tank coming out, gonna get another pick. This might already be game. We're gonna have to see if Catnip can manage a retake on this map.
They're gonna need to, and that Zipcaster by 5th gen is going to be incredibly important. That's going to be the flank that forces Fruittella to look to the side. But here we go, all the specials are thrown by Catnip. Catnip wants to throw everything they have. They managed to neutralize one zone, and they managed to neutralize 2 players from Fruittella. Catnip is back in the game, back on top, and they are applying penalty and getting in there. But Fruittella is back onto the fight already.
Yeah, and here we see they are fighting tooth and nail not to lose any more control of this, because losing much more control than here is super awkward, and you need like 3-4 specials to actually pull off a retake, which you're not always going to have the time to get, especially if you end up staggering it all. So it's really important that Fruittella can actually prevent themselves from losing control, but it looks like they are slowly starting to get pushed backwards here.
Ooh, yes, control is gotten right now. Catnip has a very good hold, and they take 2 more picks. Fruittella has no players, they have no special. Okay, the Zipcaster is back online, but that Zipcaster is going to have to wait for the crab tank that is thrown. And right now, Catnip is so close to getting the win, but Fruittella is still pushing through, neutralizing the zone and getting 2 down. Both teams are able to get back onto the zone. Congratulations on them. How do you do that? And right now, Fruittella has the numbers advantage and are looking to extend their lead.
And that is going to be the zone neutralized already. They're getting a lot of pressure out early right now, but no picks. And that's really what you need here. You need to get 2 down to actually push here, it feels sometimes. And here we see Bria coming out. So many bombs being thrown at the zone here. Committing all of the resources just towards taking this amount of space here. And trying to clear them out. This Slosher getting 1, getting 2, and that falling off the map. And it's just Gus on the zone left. And no, that's it. I don't think they have anything left that they could do here. 30 points on the clock, and they have to retake on Flounder Heights. They have to retake onto the high ground. Getting a lot of stuff.
And that grab, yeah, that's going to be the game. Going to Fruittella.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Wait.
Maybe not. Commentators curse. Grab bomb coming out.
They need penalty. They need to apply penalty. Gus is on the zone. Gus is able to take the zone, but it's too late. The other zone is taken, and right now he's 3 down on Catnip. Control is taken back by Fruittella.
Ooh.
Almost spoke too soon. Sorry.
There's Flounder. That's Flounder Height for you.
Yeah.
That's Flounder Heights for you. I can't even talk. And that's gonna be the set, I believe. Definitely the game of all time. That was a surprisingly back and forth for Flounder Heights.
Yeah, it's really how good these teams are is that they know all you need to do, all you need to get in order to get back onto the zone, and they really put it on. They really did it, but in the end, Fruittella getting it once more, getting that extra control, getting these extra points, and they are going to get their revenge set. They're going to get another go at ASC Tenshi, that 3 of them, but now it's gone finals, and now Fruittella is coming with momentum.
Yeah, and Fruittella is coming off of this 3-1 onto a team who hasn't played in like an hour. So this is going to be really interesting. The fight might end up different. This might go differently. But that being said, they have to win twice. They have to win 3 and then win 3 again before Tenshi even wins 3 once. So they're gonna have to show a lot more than what they did before. So this is gonna just be really interesting. This is hype. It's grand final. It's the next set. Always really interesting. But I do believe we are going to go on yet another short break. So we are going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. So we're gonna have some hype sets.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello and welcome back to Triton Cup 69. I'm Asek, joined
Nice.
here by Pat. Yeah, the nice edition of the tournament. We're here. Grand
Yeah.
Finals. Finally.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had some really close games. We've seen these two teams fight in winners finals. And they had some very close games. It ended up in a 3-0, but it's the closest 3-0 that I have ever seen. So I am excited for this set. And we're going to have to see how this goes differently. Because Fruittella has been fighting all of these teams since that, and Tenshi hasn't. So they've had like an hour break. Fruittella has been going for a really long time. Fruitella's warm, Tenshi's cold. Fruitella's also got to be worn out by this point. So it's really interesting to see how that's going to affect how these two teams play versus each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're going to start on a pretty classic map. It's going to be Mako Mart, of course, on zones because it's a zones tournament. And yeah, we're going to see which team is going to be the zones king of this Triton Cup 69. And yeah, it's going to be decided here. We've seen these two teams play each other earlier in winners finals. We know they're both bringing the goods. We know both of these teams are so powerful, are so good, and it looks like we are back with the no backline comp on both sides.
Yeah, and holy AoE on the side of Fruittella. That is absolutely huge. And we've actually got holy AoE on both sides here.
Yeah.
This map is very good for that sort of AoE. But boy, everyone, so many fights are happening. Two players dropping down from the sky off screen. And we finally have the one true crownie, I do believe.
Probably.
Is that the one true crownie?
Might be. It's the only crownie on the team at least. So one can hope that it's the crownie. But right now, Fruittella in yellow got the first opening, got the first control. But right now, Tenshi is answering pretty far into that spawn with the jetpack, getting a double. That is so good by Tyflow, and right now it is just Punch with the splash. Left to wait for the rest of their team. They want to keep that crab tank at the ready. As he said, the AoE, the chip damage. And right there, Tenshi is taking that lead, keeping that zones. And right now, Fruittella is answering finally. Crab Tank looking to get a bit on the map, but they need more paint right now. Tenshi, they're 2 down, but they still have the zone ticking for them and making a lot of points. Oh, wait! Burn! It's just Burnt again! What?
And they're backing out, absolutely running for their lives. This crab tank is so important. Wait, but the zone! The zone! It's been flipped from right underneath Tenshi's nose here. Running backwards to deal with that splash, they just completely forgot about it. But that is going to be actually a decent amount of control for Fruittella right now.
Then she concedes the zone, but they are still in control. And look at that, they still have the special advantage, the numbers advantage, and they are back into control mode. And that Inkjet is coming back onto there, getting a pick onto Fruittella. That is right now, Fruittella is just scrambling to get out of their own zone, and Tenshi is just holding it, setting trap after trap, and Fruittella finally at the zone, able to paint a little bit. They need to apply that penalty right there. They get it.
Yeah, and this Rapid is left on their own to try to trade someone out, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out. And the Tri-Slasher also going down to these mass fizzies that are just coming out from Tenshi's team, or from Fruittella actually. Both teams have a huge amount of fizzies that they can throw right now. And Tri is a very good weapon at just getting an insane amount of fizzies out, getting an insane amount of paint, and then using that to get its cooler output. Then you try to rush it, and then Q-taps you. So it's a very good weapon at that kind of hybrid role of support, throwing fizzies. It reminds me of Machine when the game first came out, honestly. But we are seeing 3 specials up from Fruittella. Crab Tank coming out. We might see a Tri-Strike and a Zip as well to solidify this control. But the Crab Tank does get a pick, so it's not even necessary.
Yeah, that Crab Tank really giving Fruittella the opportunity to get that lead back, to push Tenshi away, and it looks like Tenshi is struggling to get out. The lead is so close to shifting, and there's 2 down, 3 down onto Tenshi. Fruittella gets a
Ooh.
wipeout, and they're gonna get game number 1 of that team fight.
That was really good. I think this is a clear example of Fruittella being like, okay, you 3-0'd us last time, but we're not going to be easy. We're not going to go easy on you this time. We're not going to. Getting that first win here against a team that previously 3-0'd you is really good for your mental here. Really good for your momentum. And just a beautiful game from both teams, though. Yet again, still really close, down to the wire. It came down to one play near the very end of the game. That it was back and forth, and really anyone's game for that whole thing. But I just think Fruittella's hold at the very end there was just a little bit better. That Crab Tank coming out and getting those picks was absolutely huge, and the amount of fizzy bombs, they were so good at coordinating those and just picking people from halfway across the map simply just by pushing the R button at them. Very good coordination, very skillful bomb placement. Fantastic from both teams, though.
Yeah, we just saw an Tenshi that's incredibly explosive, that's able to just get in there, get so many picks, and then Fruittella that resisted, that held strong, and the moment they were able to get their position going, the moment they were able to get that Crab Tank in the right position to hold the zone, they just ran away. They just made so many points in one go. So it's all on Tenshi to not allow Fruittella to be comfortable at any point, at any moment in the game. And at least Tenshi is going to choose the next map we're going to play on.
And I'm really interested in what we're going to see here. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if now we see Robo, because that map is very flanky, very chaotic, and it'll really complement Tenshi's playstyle versus Fruittella's slightly more methodical way that they like to play. And I think that map having so many flanks would be really interesting. But I think, never mind, we're actually going to see Barnacle and Dime. Kind of similar vibes, honestly.
Barnacle and Dime? And it's going to be the same dynamic. Tenshi is going to try to harass, to get the picks, to get forward, while Fruittella is just going to try to get ahead of the zone and hold that position. And the team that's able to do that the best, to do that the fastest, is going to get that W. I'm not so sure about Tenshi's pick. I feel like it's going to be a very, very close game.
Yeah, it feels like they're kind of playing into Fruittella's playstyle here by picking this map. Because, as you've seen, Fruittella does like to pull out the pencil sometimes. And on this map, you can kind of just sit on that kind of flat area and just spam paint on the zone. So they really need to play aggressive here. They really need to play for that lockout, which isn't ideal on this map, I don't think. But we'll have to see how they play it. They might change things up. Because while it's fun to like kind of build this narrative about teams, they can also be very flexible in their playstyle. Oh no, pencil still.
No backline. They want to fight. They all want to fight. They all want to be frontline. And here we go. Both of these teams are just running at the zone, trying to get the first pick. Typhlo very, very aggressive with that rapid lasso. And it pays off right now. Fruittella has 2 players down. But that Crab Tank might even things out. No, Punch is alone, isolated, and is getting at least someone down with them. And Punch, how are you still on the map right now?
What?
How is Fruittella getting the zone there?
Punch is unstoppable. That was insane play there. Just absolutely going off, getting so many picks on the zone, confident. Even in like a 3v1 situation, I can isolate my ones, I can find people to pick, and I can hold this for my team. And that was insane. Zipcaster coming out as well, gonna try to get some work done, but the Zipcaster unfortunately goes down, but not before this Crab Tank goes out. And the Crab Tank is almost picked by this Rapid Blast. They run out of ink. The Crab Tank ends up getting the pick off. Huge amount of gameplay happening. Both of these teams are making very confident plays.
Yeah.
But going in kind of solo, in just trusting their mechanics and trusting their game sense and trusting the fact that, hey, I know what I'm doing here. I can just fight them. But that being said, Fruittella is now 2 down with the splash going down as well. That is a very big stagger, and that is not what their comp wants to see here.
Yeah, and right now, Tenshi has a bit of a lag problem onto Fruittella.
Oh.
It seems, could we watch someone else? And right
The
now...
laggy Zipcaster is not what you want to see coming after you.
Yeah, that's very tough. But Tenshi is holding pretty strong. They managed to beat that laggy Zipcaster. And right now, they managed to really push Fruittella away. Tenshi is holding that zone super strong, and Fruittella, they need to paint right now. They need to go forward inside of the tri-strike, and Tenshi, all they need to do is paint, and they get that game number 2 pretty commandingly.
Yeah, it's weird that the Zipcaster started lagging, or the Stamper started lagging so much that game, but it is unfortunate. It does happen, especially this game's netcode combined with the hardware on the Switch. It's hard to get a reliable connection. But that game was very good from Tenshi there. So that did actually work out for them. They managed to play aggressively. They managed to get that lockout. And even though Punch was doing some absolutely insane work that game, getting some crazy picks, absolutely going for the hero plays, but unfortunately they just weren't quite able to break out of that lockout once they lost control, which is really unfortunate for them. But very good gameplay from Tenshi here. And we're seeing a 1-1 here. Always good to see grand final being this close.
Yeah, it's a very good 1-1, and Tenshi making me lie. Fruittella, to be honest, they changed the way they played that game compared to Macro. They were much more aggressive. Even when they had numbers disadvantage, they were still pushing forward, trying to get as much as they could, and that put Tenshi a bit off balance until then. But Tenshi, they got the rhythm, and now we are going... now
we're going to Mincemeat!
Now
we're going to Mincemeat!
Now the pencil is coming. Now the pencil is coming.
Now we're gonna see the pencil. I'm interested to see what else we're gonna see though, because this map is just weird. This map is weird. You can't just. It's simultaneously really stally with a retake that's also really hard. There's a lot of challenges playing on this map, and it can be very tricky to actually do it right. But I think competitive players have come around to this map just a tiny bit, just a touch. Because while it's bad, it's not the worst.
It's a decent map. It's a map where you need to have a plan. It's a map where you need to have the tools to fight. It's a map where you need to have range. If you're one trick of some bad weapon, you're gonna hate this map. Okay, but like an organized team with the range, with the tools, even without the range, if you have the good specials, the good coordination, you can play on there. But it's all about that, and right now we are going to Splat Zone on Mincemeat Metalworks. And wait, they don't bring the pencil. Nobody's bringing a backline. And that Rapid Blaster Pro and that Stamper are going to be the longest range we have.
Did they lose their pencil player?
I think they did.
Because I don't think Silver was in this lobby before. So they might have lost their pencil player here.
I mean,
but
they
that being
changed.
said, Stamper also has. Yeah, it's hard to tell because they changed names. But Stamper also has. It has pencil paint to some extent. Because you can kind of just sit in one spot and then spam paint as well. I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing something like a Neo Stamper. Though we haven't seen that a lot in this tournament, which is really interesting to me. But we are seeing some really interesting stuff coming out here.
Yep.
Because so far this game has been fairly back and forth for Mincemeat. Neither team has really gotten a good hold here. Oh, and here comes the Zipcaster. Oh, jeez. Oh, and the Bucket winning that 1v1. The Zipcaster up to something here.
Yeah, and it looks like
that lag is bad.
No, it's fine. Tenshi is keeping that control of the zone, and right now Fruittella is back into their spawn. That Bucket is going to get picked again, And right now, Tenshi are 25 points away from victory. Fruittella needs to go forward. The crab tank is activated.
Oh!
The crab tank's vanished. Oh!
That pick was massive
Tenshi.
there.
Oh, Typhlo. So,
And this
so
looks like it
strong
could be a
right there.
lockout here.
Yeah.
They have to. Yeah, no, that's a lockout there. And that is going to be game for Tenshi, which is definitely interesting there. I'm surprised they didn't pull out the pencil. I'm surprised they pulled out this counter pick if they didn't have their pencil player as well. Because this is very much the map that you run pencil on.
Yep, and it looks like right now Ice Tenshi is 1 game away from being your Triton Cup 69 champions.
Yeah, this is... Fruittella is fully backed up against the wall here. They need to win at least this set here, and then they also have to win another set. So this is not looking good for them, but we've seen them come together. We've seen them really just get some amazing plays versus Tenshi, and they are their #1 seed. So I have faith that they might be able to turn this around, and we might maybe see a bracket reset. But it is definitely iffy. It depends on the counter picks as well. We're just gonna have to see what they pick here. Because what they choose, I feel like these teams' counter picks have not been, or well, no, because that was just the. Oh, never mind. There's Flounder.
Yep.
No more speculating. We're on Flounder Heights again, which is, I'm thinking here, and I feel like this is playing into, I feel like this is playing into Tenshi's comps, but it also plays into their comps. I feel like they're running very similar things here, so it's mostly a thing about comfort.
Yeah,
and if Fruittella is comfortable on this map, we've seen them diff. We've seen the map diff on this from Fruittella.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we've seen.
This far into the tournament. This far into the tournament, composition doesn't matter as much as endurance, as staying in the game. Go with the map you're comfortable with. Go with the map where you can play even though you're tired and stressed. Right now, Fruittella, if they lose this game, the tournament's over. I see Tenshi is your champion. They need to go where they feel happy playing, where they know they can get that extra comeback, where they know they can play until the very end. And we'll see if they're able to prevail. I don't think we're gonna see a backline coming in this set anyways. This is going to be Flounder.
It is weird to me that this is the map that they're most comfortable on, since it's such a weird map. But maybe the fact that it is such a weird map is going to give them just that little bit more confidence. And yeah, I do think this is a different player, because they do have... I saw their banner, and they had a 5-star on Stamper, gold zip capture.
What is that? I said Tenshi bringing the double tri-slusher.
Wait, I think they're cooking here. They have triple
fizzes! Triple fizzes and Splat
That is hellish to fight on this map.
They're gonna annoy them to death.
There's constant fizzies. Because one fizzy can like neutralize the zone here, because the zones are so tiny.
Yeah. But right now Fruittella gets a bit of points and are still looking to get Tenshi away. There doesn't mean much fight yet. Tenshi staying at bay with the fizzy bombs. And right now, the fight is finally breaking out and all the slushers are going at each other. So many slushers! Oh!
And there's the wipeout! There's the wipeout from Fruittella. That is, getting a wipe on this map is such a good opportunity. And Tenshi doesn't actually have a lot to retake. They have the double cooler to prevent this from happening. But it just happened. So this is definitely not what they want to see with this comp. This tri-strike is so important. And they've just gone 2 down. The tri-strike came out too late or maybe too early. It's hard to tell, but that was not the time for it. And that was a complete burn of the special. And that is going to be the time already half up. And they have to make this cooler work. They have to just fight this.
I mean, they will be constantly in tactical anyways, but you have to get rid of Slurp right there. And that's high. You can't really throw Fizzy at Slurp. On that spot, Fruittella has a very, very good defensive position and Tenshi is struggling to get anything near
the zip. This zip is important here. No, the zip goes down, but the zone has been neutralized. But that is going to be just a little bit of control for Tenshi here.
2 down! 2 down! They're finally in there. I see Tenshi back into the game. Get 2 down, get 1 zone.
Splash.
We just need... Punch!
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Oh,
Punch on the splash, getting a double there
down.
to potentially end the game here. And that's it. That's it. It's over.
We are going to game 5.
Game
Fruittella
5.
gets a game 5, but Fruittella needs to win that game 5 on IC's counterpick. If there was a bracket reset, IC gets another try at the Triton crown.
This is really tense here. Being in a game 5 potential bracket reset. What this next game does, like how this next game goes, a lot is depending on it. Because not only is this team fighting for who wins, this team is also fighting for who stays in the tournament. Because remember, Fruittella is technically still in the losers bracket.
Yep.
If they lose, like you can think about it in the way, if they lose, they are out of the tournament because one of them wins. But if they win, they get to stay in the tournament and play again. And they get to prove themselves for the second time that, hey, we can beat this team. You beat us once, we beat you once, now we're back.
I'm proud of you, Asek. You finally learned how double elimination works. You graduated.
I know how it works. I don't know the names yet. I know how the double elimination works. That this is... I know how the double elim works now. I've learned. I've undergone character development. I still don't. The naming scheme is still confusing though, because calling it winners finals when there's still like 2 hours left in the tournament is a. It feels weird. I don't know what a better naming scheme would be, but that's what threw me off. Because winners finals versus grand finals are so different, and they're named so similarly. But now we're getting. I'm just curious what this team is going to counterpick here, because. Yeah, I'm not sure. Both of them have such similar comps, so it's mainly just about what you're comfy with.
I feel like Tenshi is going to go to Robo Roman.
There it is!
Your wishes have been granted, Asect. We're going to the new map.
I've yet to see any tournament sets happen on this map, so I'm excited to see how top people play.
Yeah, and this could be the last map of this whole tournament. Or this could be the first map of another set. We'll see what happens. But for Fruittella, it's do or die. For Tenshi, it's another shot at the crown. I love this map. This map has so much in it. There are so many ways to play this map, so I really don't know what's going to happen, Asect.
Yeah, though I think as time has gone on, I haven't heard much about this map. And it feels to me like a lot of the hype for it is a little bit gone, because while, yes, it does have that flank route, the map is also kind of entirely consisted of hallways. Like, even the flank routes are just weird hallways. It's a very cool map. The gimmick of having the layered element to it is incredible. It's so good. It's just a bit awkward. It's awkward in the same way that Muscle Forge Fitness was in Splatoon 2.
It's a map you have to learn. It's a map you have to practice a bit on. Know what is good, because for each weapon, there's going to be a different dynamic. There's going to be different things to do, and we see only 3 buckets this time in tunnel, and heavy edit, on the side by Rise for Tenshi. That's going to be the tactical output for Tenshi right there. This could be game 5. This could be the final game of this tournament. Let's see what happens. And it looks like Fruittella is opening pretty strong.
Early advantage for Fruittella here, getting a potentially massive lockout here. Because they do have that crab tank almost at the ready to hold here. And especially they do have the Zipcaster as well. Crab tank coming out as well though. Zipcaster, I don't even know where that Zipcaster is going, but they're doing something. Zipcaster trades with the crab? Rapid Blaster trying to pressure here, preventing Fruittella from moving up. But they are still one down here, so this retake is going to be a bit rough, but the Inkjet is coming out potentially a bit early. But they're going to have to make do with this. Fighting the Splatana right now, and it's not going to get any value. And yet still, Fruittella continues to just waste Tenshi's time, make the retakes fall to nothing. But that being said, that looks like it might change here. And that is going to be the zone flipping, so if this isn't over yet. The game has only just begun.
And Asek not only has the zone flipped, Fruittella has really managed to push Tenshi has really managed to push Fruittella away from the zone, and they are initiating their own lockdown. And right now, look, there's 2 down onto Fruittella. Tenshi is making monster points right there. Both teams are really able to get good pushes, but are struggling to get back onto the zone. The curling!
Curling bomb clutch!
And that curling could give the lead to IC Tenshi right there. It's 3 versus 3, and Tenshi is keeping the zone. Tenshi is looking to get it. Just 20 more points, and Tenshi are your Triton Cup's champion. All the specials need to go at the zone right now, and the specials are enough to push the zone to get Tenshi away. But Tenshi has a huge lead right there, and Fruittella needs to keep that zone.
If that curling bomb had decided the game, then I think curling bomb would be our champions today. The curling bomb clutch, but that is going to be Fruittella losing just a little bit of space. This crab tank coming out, fighting the other crab tank, gonna potentially get some really good space here. But it looks like that they aren't taking as much space as they potentially could off of this. This Slosher still has a solid defense here, getting a pick off of that bomb, getting a lot of value out. These strike shots coming out, gonna flip this zone. And while Fruittella doesn't have the lead yet, they do have the advantage starting now. But that inkjet coming out is going to turn things around, getting Fruittella instantly 2 down, 3 down. They do have coolers, so they're going to be back quick. But that jet getting those picks is going to be really crucial for Tenshi to actually get this game.
And we see both teams are learning how to get a retake on each other. Both teams got a very, very strong hold at the start of the game, but now it's back and forth, and Fruittella is looking to get back in. They have the specials to get in. They just need to activate that. Oh wait, they have 2 down! They have 2
this
down!
This is not
right
good.
Now, right now,
but here comes Silver on the Zipcaster. Strike coming out as well. They need to paint over the zone here. The Zipcaster goes down.
Neutral?
It is neutral. 2 down here, and that is going to be it. But the Heavy Edit and the Rapid Blaster are holding that choke point with an iron fist. But that is going to be zone for Fruittella, and that's just going to be a little bit more time. That penalty is going to slowly creep down, though. They can't afford to lose zone many more times here.
That's a very good push, and that crab tank is completely punished right now. Tenshi back in control of the zone. It's just the 2 buckets that have to move back, especially with the jetpack firing at them. We're entering the last minute, and Tenshi is just 10 points ahead and 15 points ahead, and they just need to hold that lead for 1 more minute to win this tournament. Fruittella is throwing everything they can, but they're losing 1 player already. The crab tank is not finding anything. 2 down on Fruittella and 2 down on Tenshi now, but Tenshi just needs 10 more points. They are painting the zone. Fruittella is still back in the game.
That's going to be cap. And this is 30 seconds left of the game. Fruittella is backed up completely against the wall. They're fighting with nothing to lose because they have everything to lose here. They need to get this pick on the Splasher. The Splash is striking out, and they don't know. This Splash could potentially get some huge value. But no, the Splash is forced to back out. They got found out. Yeah. They jumped out. And they needed to take advantage here. They need to take space ahead of the zone. This tri-strike coming out could be potentially huge here. It's going to at least displace this crab tank. They need this control badly. And that's for Tenshi 2 down. That's exactly what they've needed here. And that's going to be 3 down, 4 down. And that is going to be a delayed wipe going into overtime. 20 points on the clock. They only need a couple of points left, just a couple more seconds. But Tenshi is pushing in really quickly here. Tri-strike coming out on the zone, but it's not enough. That is going to be Game 5. Win it. Or Fruittella headed into a bracket reset. Oh my god. This tournament.
These two teams are so evenly matched, and we get a treat. We get to watch at least 3 more games, and I expect to watch more than 3 more games right there. Fruittella staying alive there. What a comeback by Fruittella. Tenshi was so close to getting that KO twice, and Fruittella getting the comeback, and in the nick of time getting that wipeout that allows them to get the lead. That was so close between these two teams.
I'm shaking. I can't imagine what these teams are feeling, and they have to play the game. They have to play Splatoon. We're just talking about them playing the game. Oh my wow. That was incredible.
Incredible.
Insane gameplay here. That was... Oh my god, We got another set here. We got another bonus set, and I don't...
Yep. And our neutral map to start it, Asect, is going to be Scorch Gorge.
Oh.
Hey, every
Scorch
map
Zones?
is valid. Yes, we go on to Scorch Zone. If you want to win Triton, you have to be good on every map in the game. And we're going to start onto Scorch Zones. We're going to see a bit more crab tank.
Dude, this map, I'm so glad this map mode exists. It's so stupid. I love this map mode with a passion because it's so bad in the funniest way possible. It's specifically for solo queue. It is just a death bowl. You just drop and you fight and you either win or lose and there's nothing else you can do. You can't back up, you can't leave, you can't push into their plat. It's just the death match. It's just the death arena. So this is going to be really interesting here. And we're seeing some fairly normal comps from these teams. Very fight-based, very chip damage-based. We're going to have to see which team gets the early advantage here. Because that is going to be pretty huge. Lockouts on this map can be really rough if you can get past that grate. And that is
the early crab tank duel. There was a crab tank duel that went acid Tenshi way and then a squish by the crab tank. Fruittella now, they have a counter attack though, and Crowny, maybe it's Crowny with a tri-slusher.
The real Crowny.
And right now we're still fighting for the zone, Asect.
Yeah, no, that's what this map is. It's just a deathmatch, and you fight for the zone. Because the zone is mid. I cannot stress this enough. You're fighting for mid, and the zone is mid, and that's the only part of the map that exists. This map
there's a lot going. Especially, honestly, with an inkjet, you have really ways to push onto the opponent's territory. And if Tenshi is able to get that inkjet forward, or if Fruittella is able to get their Zipcaster forward, there's going to be a lot to this map. And all of this map is going to count right there, and Fruittella has to find a way in because Tenshi is making points after points after point. Despite the fight being pretty even, the zone is staying blue.
Yeah, this is, and here we see them trying to go past the grate here. Once you, the crab tank getting canceled there is actually huge. If you can get your team past that grate, it's game. That lockout is impossible to deal with because you get the bowl. Because that area is already easy to control on something like Rainmaker. If your team can stay in that area on zones, then it is really hard to lock out or get out of that lockout. But that is down to 6, and that is going to be zone neutral. We're gonna have to see if they can cap it here. They have to put in so much effort to do it, and that is going to be Tenshi going 2 down. They need a massive advantage if they want to push past this grate, though. So right now, it seems like they're just striking under the ledges, trying to get some picks off, trying to get some chip damage. And that is going to be Fruittella going 1 down, though. With specials coming out from Tenshi, it is their advantage right now. The tri-strikes being placed almost perfectly there to actually kill the tri-slosher. Instead of just taking that space, and that is going to be Fruittella, just 1. It is just the stamper there.
Yeah, and Tenshi having great control of this map, getting back that control of the zone, back that control of mid, and waiting for what Fruittella is going to throw next. But they have such a huge penalty. Fruittella has a lot of time to prepare an attack, Asect.
Yeah, but they don't have all the time in the world here. The tri-strike is going to come out here, going to get some decent control on the zone, forcing them all into that one corner there. But their team is going to go down off of that. And I do think the contrast between the... Oh, wait, no! That is going to be control for Fruittella. That run speed coming in so handy to get across the grate. And the tri-slosher being here is going to be huge for them. The real Crowny on the tri-slosher.
That's not the real Crowny.
Is it not the...
That's not the real Crowny.
It's not the real Crowny.
The real Crowny
is in chat.
And right now, Fruittella.
The imposter Crowny.
Yep.
Oh, what the...
Oh! That's not where you want to throw your Zipcaster, it seems. And the Tenshi is defending as much as they can. They get back that control of the zone. And Fruittella is going to be their turn to try to wait. Oh, wait!
The tri-slosher jumping in and instantly getting 2. Zipcaster getting another. That is just one left on the zone. Someone else jumping in. This should be a wipe here if they can play their cards right. And that is going to be... Yes, that's going to be a delayed wipe here. Tenshi is already back in control, preventing them from moving across that grate. But now it is Fruittella's hold, and it's Tenshi's turn to drop into the death pit and fight. And Fruittella does have their specials out. They do have that Tri-Strikes. I would personally wait for them to drop to pop that Tri-Strike, though. But it does depend, because you are vulnerable there. This lockout is actually pretty huge here.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Tenshi has gone one down, which is not what you want to see before your team has a chance to drop into the death pit. And there's the Tri-Strikes coming out right as they drop. Going to get a lot of pressure out. The second Tri-Strike coming out, though. They might lose control of the zone here. And yes, it is just this Slosher. Someone jumping in here.
That's going to be a dangerous jump. That's the Stamper getting in
they get
there.
The pick. They get the pick there, and they live.
That's so important because there's just 10 seconds left and Fruittella needs to get the zone back right now. And they managed to get the zone in the nick of time with 5 seconds left. Fruittella is going to need another overtime. Oh, wait. A wipeout going for Tenshi. Tenshi is going to get that game.
Do you see what I mean about that map? It's so dumb.
It was back and forth. Both of these teams showed so many different plays. Stop complaining, Insect!
I'm not complaining. I love this map because it's so stupid. Because the strategy for the map is you drop and you fight them. And because there's nowhere else to go. And you just have to fight in mid, and the zone is mid. It feels like a different game mode. It feels like deathmatch. And casually, it's one of my favorite maps.
There was so much happening between these two teams in terms of dynamic, in terms of taking position, in terms of punishing that poor Stamper there. And honestly, like, there was so much back and forth and so many things happening on both sides. I said Tenshi really pulling through, maintaining that lead in the nick of time and ensuring their dominance there. They are getting game number 1, but we've seen these two teams. It's just game number 1. Fruittella, they were going right away. Not wasting. Again.
It's a new bracket.
Not wasting a second and going onto Flounder.
Okay, the real question is, do they try the double end try again? Did they learn their lesson, or are they gonna be like, nah, we win this with this comp? This comp
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Or are they gonna be like, that was not a good idea? Because I have no idea. I have no idea if that's a good idea or not. Because on one hand,
it's Flounder.
On one hand, it's kind of it's gimmicky. It's for the lack of a better term, it's dumb in the fact that it's just such a weird strategy, and it's kind of funny. Because it might work. But on the other hand, like, the end try is insane on this map. In running 2 of them with double cooler to protect yourself from that horrible stagger situation, I can see an argument for that. And the triple fizzy is also really good. And the tri-strikes are also really nice to have. But I feel like it might be too gimmicky. I don't know. We'll have to see if they do it again. I'm really interested. I'm really curious. And if they don't do it again, I want to know what they do instead.
We'll see what they do.
We're seeing a normal comp.
Yep. We see the
There it is again!
It's coming back! The triple fizzes. They wanted to redo that.
They want to run this one back. They think they don't just think, they know that this comp can work. They are confident.
Yeah.
Except the machine has just gone down. The Slosher on the other side has gone down though. Crabtick coming out. Strike's coming out. Everything is happening at the start. Cooler coming out from the side of Fruittella as well. Gonna see if we can get some work done here with this Tactic Cooler. Or if they're gonna, they're still all clumped up in mid. They're still looking for that opportunity to push up, which is really hard when you have 3 Sloshers throwing 10 trillion fizzy bombs at you.
Ooh,
that's 2 down. That's 3 down.
2 versus 1 right now. It's 1v1. It's
clutch.
1v1. But everything is jumping back in.
The signature punch clutch, though. We've seen that so many times where punches the last one alive, and they're like, okay, I'll just kill you guys for pushing me too hard. But that is going to be, finally, a wipe for Tenshi on Fruittella.
Yep.
And this is not where you want to be. This is not the spot you want to be on this map. Retaking on this map, you're retaking uphill against people who have high ground on you. And they have a lot of defensive ground. They have... The world is their oyster. They can move into so many places. but they have just gone 2 down here. With the machine
Ooh,
potentially
yeah.
going down as well here. The machine dying, and that is going to be potentially, that is just 2 left here. That is going to potentially be a zone flip here. If they can manage it. And there it is.
They
It
manage
took
it. They get
it
it.
was a bit delayed, but they did manage it. But
Yeah.
Tenshi is already back fighting. Silver absolutely going for these dominant plays on the Stamper. Getting some crazy picks. And this is really why you run Stamper. Because you know, with the green sword, you get the utility of the kit,
Yep.
in the crab tank and the mist, and with the vanilla sword, you get the utility of the entire enemy team being dead. But that is
Yep.
going to be a lead flip for Fruittella, and they have a pretty decent lockout going on here. This BR bomb is coming out, but this Tri-Slasher potentially being a bit too aggressive. But no, they managed to get one, but the rest of their team doesn't follow up.
And it looks like right now Fruittella has the control, and now it's all about keeping Tenshi away. Tenshi, though, back in there, but the T-Tech is going to be punished. And right now with just 25 points away, Fruittella only needs to paint the zone a little bit more. All the tri-strikes and all the fizzy bombs are flying at the zone, but is it going to be enough? The Booyah Bomb
that
is
sounds like-
getting one pick. And right now, Tenshi needs to paint, needs to get it, needs to stop things right there. Fruittella looking to get that 1 point, and they are going to get
Oh.
the point.
They just barely managed to neutralize the zone after the game had ended, because the projectiles still fly. So the zone is neutral at the end there. They were just barely too late. But that is going to be 1-1 for both of these teams. So I think that just goes to show why this team picks Flounder Heights so much. Because they know how to play this map.
I mean, we knew what we could expect. We've already seen it. It's story repeating itself. But now we are going on to Tenshi's counterpick. I mean, both of these teams have been beaten on their own counterpick in the previous set. So between these two, anything could happen, no matter what could go. But right now, we're going to see like where does LC go after, like, now they're starting to really know what Fruittella is doing. So I don't see them bringing Rubber Ramen back. I can't remember what their first counterpick was.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just... This set is so interesting to watch. It's so good. Oh, it's... Okay, so apparently Barnacle and Dime was their first counter pick. So we're gonna have to see if they run that again, or if they try to go with something else. Because I believe they won on Barnacle and Dime. So we might see a bit of a time loop here. Because this is the third time this team has fought the other one. So we're gonna have to see. These teams are starting to know each other really well.
And we
Heck,
are
they're
going
basically
there.
scrim partners at this point. But yeah, that is Barnacle and Dime coming out. And so that's really interesting because Tenshi had a really easy time versus Fruittella last time. That is also when they had the pencil, if I'm not mistaken. And they don't have that pencil anymore. It's slightly different.
Yeah, lots of things could happen.
This game could go either way. But yeah, no. If I was this team, I would be hitting up the other team on Discord and be like, "Yo, you want to be scrim partners?" These guys are so evenly matched. They play into each other's comps so well, and this is just a really entertaining set. And we're 1-1 on game 3 of a bracket reset.
Yep.
These last 3, we have reduced this down to a best of 3.
This,
If we go to game 5,
Mhm.
that is going to be so hype. But I'm just, yeah.
There
I'm
is
just
so much
interested
that
what we're
could
gonna
happen.
see. Yeah. And I think we are heading into this very soon. I think we're just waiting on one person to ready up. But we are heading into this next game, so we're gonna have to see if they change up their comps. Because there is a different player on this team now. So we're gonna have to see.
We will see, but we know how both of these teams play, honestly. We've seen Fruittella without the pencil playing in the last set on this map. It was pretty close, but it was really Tenshi managing to punish what Fruittella was cooking. Now, well, let's see if the crab tank from Punch is able to get as much value as possible.
Yeah, and that is going to be the zone being capped right off the bat for Tenshi, but not for long. As Fruittella comes in with just a little bit more of a delayed burst of paint. but that is going to be the zone secured for Tenshi, it looks like, as Fruittella has gone 2 down with Punch jumping in as well. Couldn't quite get the jump out, and that is going to be a wipe, and this is the situation that Tenshi wants to be in. This was their win condition last time, getting this huge stagger, and then just keeping them in their spawn. So we're gonna have to see how this goes, because so many bombs are being chucked at them right now, but they do have that tactic cooler up, and they do have the sniper instead of the pencil to try to break their hold. Because as I said before, this weapon is just insane at breaking enemy holds. Very good at getting the Zipcaster in and just targeting just that one person you need to topple the dominoes. And here comes the crowd tank coming out, pressuring the Rapid Blaster as well. Triton's coming out as well. Maybe a little bit early though. But as that being said, Silver has now gone on the flank here. Zipcaster coming out, gonna try to punish this crab tank. Getting the crab tank to be broken and getting the splash as well. And that is going to be 3 down on the side of Tenshi, and that is going to be a major momentum swing.
Yeah, finally Fruittella getting some points on the board. It's all about establishing the lockout onto Tenshi, though, and Tenshi, they've shown that they like this map very much, so we'll see how and when they are able to go forward, and they are going forward right now, it seems. All of their specials are deployed and they are ready to paint the zone. They're already on the zone. 1 down, 2 down onto Fruittella, and I see Tenshi is all around the zone ready to paint it, and it's just the bucket slurp having to move back, to move away, and it completely surrounded. Finally called out, but leaving a bit of time for the rest of Fruittella to get back into the game, Asect.
But the sniper going down there is not good for Fruittella. On zones, even one player dying during retake can really stall you back, because that's like 10 seconds you have to wait, plus whatever time they had spent getting their special. Going down on retake like that is one of the worst things that can happen on zone. But that being said, the Tresheks have come out and the crab tank has come out as well, so it looks like this is going to be enough resources for them to cap the zone as long as they win their fights here. And that looks like that they are going to potentially do that. Splash gets a trade out. Bucket is getting some work done here. And that is just going to be the zap on the side of Tenshi. And that is going to be the zone secured for Fruittella. Splash jumping in as well, going down. Zap still has the cooler, but it does look like they are going to go down here, but not before trading the slosher. And the slosher on Tenshi going in as well. Trying to trade them off, pushing Fruittella back. And getting that tri-shake out as well. Very, very beautiful save there. That is instantly, they're back onto the zone, back in control. With that being said, it's about to switch back again.
It's switching back, and Fruittella is answering. I see Tenshi 2 players down, but they have the jetpack and they have the crab tank activated right there, right now. They're still fighting for that zone, and Fruittella is struggling to keep Ice Tenshi away. Right now it's an all-out fight, it's 2 versus 2, and it's all going to be decided by that fight, because Fruittella is just so close to getting that lead back. They just need a few more points, and right now Ice Tenshi is struggling to get anywhere near the zone. Fruittella is pushing them back, pushing them away, and the tri-strike is coming a bit too late. It looks like Fruittella is going to get that lead.
Yeah, and that might potentially be game as well. Tenshi is going to have to do a lot to get back into the zone here. They have gotten a pick on the stamper here. Three points remaining, but that is the zone being swapped here. They are still in the game here, and it is just the splash, and they are going to go down. And that is going to be a hard wipe from Tenshi on Fruittella here.
Yeah, Tenshi getting that delayed wipe means that right now they just need to hold the zone a little bit longer. Fruittella all coming from spawn. They activate the crab tank, that's already ready, but they don't have much time. They have to go. Now it's just a few more seconds and the zone is so far away. Tri-strike is activated right now. I said Tenshi, they just need to wait a little bit more to get that match point, but right now Fruittella looking to get it. We're just 3 points away, and Fruittella keeps the lead, applies penalty, pushes Ice Tenshi away, and Fruittella, they only need to keep that lead for 30 more seconds, Isaac.
And this game is neck and neck. Both of these teams have almost identical penalties, almost identical scores. This is going to be down to a matter of seconds who wins this. Fruittella is in the lead is in the advantage because they do have control of the zone and they do have the lead. But this could go either way, especially if Tenshi gets some picks off. And that is the zone neutral. They have to get the pick now, but this inkjet coming out, they're not going to be able to paint. It's not going to be enough, and that is going to be game. And that is going to be game 3 going to Fruittella. And that is going to be match point. Jeez!
I think, Asect, that Fruittella is finally ahead of Tenshi. Finally in match point, finally able to get that tournament. Fruittella, they only need to win this next one, and this tournament is theirs. Now it's all about keeping that composure, keeping these nerves. Do not fall under pressure and go past the finish line. But Ayase Tenshi, they've shown that they're willing to go the distance, that they're willing to push Fruittella to give everything they have if they want to get that W. It's going to be a tough one, and Tenshi, they get the counter pick again.
Yeah, and given that this is their counter pick, and they've had a lot of success on these counter picks, we'll have to see what happens. Ooh, Mako zones. We might see a game 5 here. I would not be surprised if we see a game 5 in the bracket reset. Though it all comes down to this game. Tenshi has their back up against the wall this time. Fruittella already showed that they have the mental, they have the resilience to have their back against the wall and keep on pushing. And they have had major success with that. And now Tenshi needs to do the same. And if they want to win this tournament, they can't lose another game. It's one game and they're out. All Fruittella has to do is win one more and they have the tournament. And they have worked so hard for this. Either way, it'll be super deserved. Both of these teams are incredible. And we just have to see how this next match plays out, because we are at match point bracket reset in grand finals. And this is game 4. Let's see how this goes.
This is how it goes. It's do or die for Tenshi now. It was do or die for Fruittella earlier. And it's their turn to have the match point. But here we go, crab tanks and everything is thrown at the zone again. That's what we can expect by both of these teams. We're starting to know these teams pretty well right now. And fight after fight after fight, pick after trade. And right now it looks like Ayase Tenshi is able to get the first control, is able to push Fruittella away, but not for long. Fruittella is already back onto the fight, back onto the zone. And now Tenshi, punishing that Zipcaster is going to be key, is going to be so good. But Fruittella is still in control of that zone.
Yeah, getting those burst rounds out, that was almost a kill there. Getting that crab tank out from Tenshi here is going to be really important. Sniper going down on Fruittella as well, and that's going to be bucket as well. But they did have coolers, so they need to act fast with this play. The splash punch getting the pick. It seems like every single time Punch is in that situation where they're backed up against the wall, they always get some crazy picks out. The Slosher going down, getting a trade. The Slosher on the other team getting traded out as well, though. Fruittella is now 2 down here, and the Ayase Tenshi should have a bit of an advantage here if they play their cards right. And that is going to be the Stamper going down, Inkjet coming out as well. But the Crab Tank is coming out onto the Inkjet, trying to get the pick. So many specials coming out left and right, but Fruittella is still coming out on top. That might change though, because this Tactical is coming out, and it does look like they're vying for control of that top left area. But they are being forced to back up here as they're starting to stagger a little. But they do actually turn around and get that trade. Excellent baiting from the Tri-Slosher there.
And Fruittella right now 30 points away from being your Triton champion, are going to be denied by Tenshi. Tenshi moving forward, applying penalty, at least Fruittella capturing back, but now it's an all-out fight around the zone. The strikes coming, the Inkjet and the Crab Tank coming, and right now it's just Punch. Again, Punch is going to move back, jump back, regroup with the team, keep that Crab Tank, and Ayase Tenshi finally have a strong hold over the zone and are looking to make some points, especially now that they have the Tactical already.
Yeah, and I think the jump up there for him. The Tri-Slosher going in here, getting some picks, getting 2 is going to be absolutely massive here. And that is going to be a huge stagger and a major amount of control for Fruittella here. And that's going to put Ayase Tenshi back on the retake, and they don't even have the lead here. And the penalty is also dwindling down. Only 14 points left of that penalty. They can't afford to lose the zone many more times here, because that penalty is just going to keep shrinking and shrinking. And here comes the Crab Tank coming out. But Awo on the splash, on the flank, getting a pick on that crab potentially. Yes, and the Slosher even too. And that is just going to be Crowny on the fake Crowny on the Tri-Slosher. Trying to survive here, getting a pick, getting the cooler out, going down with the Stamper, with the bait and switch, coming in and just jump scaring Tenshi here.
Yeah, Tenshi is getting the control right there. They're winning the fights, but they are struggling to keep the zone as they get these fights. Fruittella is coming in so fast with absolutely no fear, and it pays off for them right now. It's still back and forth, and the map is pink again. Fruittella back in control, and with a minute and a half, then she is going to need to really push them out, to really wipe them if they want to get some breathing room. And right now, it's not working for them. It's 3 down. It's 2 versus 1 for Fruittella, and Fruittella 1 versus 1. It's Splash versus Splash, and the zone is still pink.
Yeah, and this Splash getting a lot of picks out. They are 2 down here. They need to get this pick out onto the zone before they can even have a chance of painting it. But this Tri-Strike is coming out. This is going to be massive. If this caps the zone here, that is going to be an incredible save. That is going to be neutral on the zone. 3-on-3 right now. They need to get these picks. They need to get this neutral. And that's not going to be it. It's not going to be enough. And Fruittella is going to be your Triton Cup 69 champions.
Very, very nice by Fruittella. What a comeback.
That was insane. They worked so hard for that. So many games between these two teams. What, we had, I think, 14 games between these two teams fighting each other? 11? No.
5 plus 4, 9, 12 games. 12
well, no, we
games
saw, oh wait, yeah, no, it was 3 the first time. 12 games between these teams before it was clear which team came out on top. And it was the team that Tenshi 3-0'd off the bat.
Yeah.
This is why we have bracket reset. This is why we have double elim. Because you can get some crazy upsets like this, crazy comebacks. That was absolutely insane. Fantastic games throughout this entire tournament. I'm speechless.
Yeah.
I have nothing to say.
Asect,
That was incredible.
If this Triton Cup has shown us anything, is that it's your ability to keep your head in the game, to get that comeback, to pull through despite all odds. And right there, Fruittella has shown us what kind of comeback they are able to get, and what a final we got, Asect. But that was
all of those games.
Awesome.
All 12 of those games felt neck and neck. Like, even for the 3-0, all of those games were really close. The score differences in some of these games were by literal, 3 points. For, not even, 1 or 2, but, the majority of them came down to a single-digit amount of points. Absolutely amazing tournament. If there's... I can't think of another tournament to be the nice edition, because that tournament was nice. That was insane. Fantastic gameplay from everybody. That was just incredible.
But Asect, before we go, where can the good people find you?
You can find me, Asect, A-C-E-C-T, on YouTube, and Asect with 4 T's on Twitter and Twitch. What about you?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at PatOrTom. It's written on your screen. And if you remove the underscores, you can find me on Blue Skies with the same, without the underscores. And that's pretty much it. And thank you all for watching. Thank you, DTOs, for organizing such a great tournament. We'll be back very soon with Triton Cup 70, I believe, in 2 weeks. And that's it. That was the tournament. Thank you so much for watching. And thank you, Joyan, very much for being our observer.
Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful stuff from everyone here. Thank you for watching. And catch us in our next tournament.